All right, going live.
And we'll just
Alrighty.
try changing our background ambience here. Deebs, I've got all the rhythm commands all hotkeyed to gaming keys on my keyboard now, so I can cue stuff and skip and whatnot.
All right, cool.
Let's get a little tavern ambience going there. So, when last we left off, the party minus Solmia was sitting around a table with Gundren discussing plans for where to go next. Gundren had spent some time studying the map that Noro relinquished, seemingly not noticing that it was fake. Or that there were significant changes versus the original map that he saw. And Deebs saw Gariel standing outside through the window, a worried look on her face. He went out to see her, remembering the advice she'd given him about one of their party members, or one of their extended friends and family being an imposter. Found her gone, and instead saw Carlo, the swarthy halfling rogue, in an alleyway. Approaching Carlo, he received some interesting and troubling news that they found Gundren's body stuffed in a barrel back at Craigma Castle. And so we begin the session with Deebs outside, his friends inside unsuspecting, around a table with Gundren, not Gundren. I guess we'll find out. So, Deebs Darkbeard, the evening is yours.
First thing I want to do, I want to insight check Carlos.
Please do. Please do. I encourage it. Natural one. As far as you're concerned, he seems to be telling the truth. Why would he lie about that?
All right. Man, that hurts. That makes it a little more difficult.
Damn, we're in a tight spot.
Pin him down and call for help.
Carlos, what do you mean you found his body? Tell me more.
I don't know what more there is to tell. When thoroughly searching barrels and crates of provisions, we found his body. The dwarf, the one you rescued, it was clearly him. Beaten and bloodied. Very dead.
All right. Can I see Gundren through like a window or doorway or anything like that from where I am? How far away am I?
You look back towards the inn across the small town square, and you can see, just the silhouette of your friends around the table with him, and the light streaming out the windows.
All right. Is he within 30 feet of me?
He could be without you moving too far. Yes.
All right.
I'd say you're as far as the map goes, you're about here, and he's in this sort of little alley between the buildings, and they're just in this sort of front corner of the inn, not too far away. You can get within 30 feet of him without him seeing you. Yes.
Okay. Carlos, hang there for a moment. I'm going to move just within the 30-foot range, and I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
Ooh.
Oh boy. Oh, that's a good one. All right. You cast Detect Magic, and you look that way, carefully eyeing what appears by all rights to be Gundren through the window. And what you see it's strange. You see a faint shimmer over his form, but you can't read the school of magic. It's almost like there's a magical effect in place, but it's very faint, or it's something different.
Okay. I glance at. I just take a quick glance at Carlos.
He is slowly backing away from you.
Carlo.
Yeah, when you look back his way, you can see he's slowly backing away, and he stops.
Okay. Anything out of the ordinary? I'm trying to. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, with Detect Magic?
Yeah. I'm just trying to see.
Yeah, you see there's a ping from an amulet around his neck that is abjuration magic, and that's it.
Okay. Carlo, thank you for this information. I greatly appreciate it. I need to figure out the next step.
He says, "I wish you the best of luck, my friend. I would help, but I don't think there's more I could do here. I may not be in town long."
Thank you again. Good luck.
I'll see you around. He becomes a shadow in the night and disappears down the alley.
Coward.
Okay. All right.
Meanwhile, we're
All
over here
right.
jamming with Mr.
All right. I'm gonna walk back into the tavern.
Here we go. And
I'm give me a second. I'm thinking.
You've already popped up.
I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about how
I'm not putting up
Deebs.
the combat tracker for any reason other than just so it's there.
I'm thinking about how Deebs would handle it. I know how Deebs would handle it. So I walk in and I walk up to Gundren. Well,
What was it?
Gundren.
As you do, Deebs, I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. All right.
Roll high, Deebs.
Swear to God. Swear to Saloon.
Saloony.
Gundren looks up at you,
Oh shit.
and his eyes narrow as you approach. And he begins to stand up.
Oh, he knows what you did.
What are you doing?
That's not Gundren! Get him!
Well, I guess we're rolling initiative, aren't we?
It's freaking Deems.
Okay, before you guys roll, I'm gonna. The only way this works is if we have tokens on the map. So I'm literally just gonna pop some tokens onto the map here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's go get a Gundren too.
Freaking thieves. I thought you were going to play it off. Like, Gundren, you son of a bitch, I'm glad you're alive, and you give him a hug.
I was starting to do that, but
And then you look at us like, this is not him, like, face of despair.
Yeah, Lunalia would not have picked up on that.
So that I could have punched him in the throat.
listen, Deebs is the most subtle individual.
Uh-huh.
You guys know that.
Yeah, it's okay.
We can't pretend we're the shit. I'm a bodyguard.
Little change of music there. Go ahead and roll your initiatives. I've got you guys on the map now. Just make sure to click your your token selected before you roll.
Always forget that.
What garbage?
Join me in the gutter.
Yep.
I'm putting Scribble first. I'm pretty sure he's got the higher initiative. Oh, Deebs. What's your, Oh, no, never mind. He goes first. Wow, that's some rolls, you guys. That's crazy. Deebs, I grabbed your first initiative roll and stuck it in there. You tied with him. Actually, you know what? What do you guys prefer when there's a tie in initiative? I usually go with highest dexterity, but if you'd prefer just either a re-roll or a tiebreaker roll, or just a straight D20 tiebreaker, it's up to you. What do you
I'm
like?
fine with whatever.
First letter.
Dex, it keeps
Yeah,
it moving.
Dex makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say the first letter of your name.
Unless there's a feat or something that gives them a bonus, and then that would take place over it.
Cool. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe give it to maybe ignore dexterity if one of them has the alert feat. That's not a bad idea. I feel like feats sometimes there's a few feats that are horribly overpowered, and others really get little notice. All right, so top of combat. Deebs, Gundren looks at you and his eyes narrow and then go wide as he stands up. He bolts from the table and towards the door out back. As he's moving, he runs past you, and you do get an attack of opportunity at him if you'd like. You can draw one weapon and take a swing at him, or you can try and grapple him. This would be a surprise round for everyone else.
I can't cast a spell though, right?
You can't cast a spell as a reaction. You'd have to wait until your turn, and he could be up to 60 feet away by then.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try and tackle him, grapple him.
All right, that's a athletics check.
Oh boy. All right, here we go.
Come on, you got it.
Yes!
Yes.
Oh, natural 20. You fucking mad lad.
Deebs with the 1 and now the 20.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Well, here, I'll roll mine out loud.
I'm so
that
sorry.
That is a total. That is a roll of a 5 for a total of 5. You reach out and grab Gundren by the arm and just pin him in place. His feet skid to a halt as you grab him. He's gonna.
Not so fast, Gundren!
Oh boy. He is going to. Yeah, you know what? He's going to use his action to try and he's going to use his action to try and break free from your grapple.
All right.
Sure. Yeah, let's do that. And I'm just going to roll it. So this is a contested roll again. Go ahead and roll your athletics check again. Unless you roll a 2 or lower. You got him.
Holy fuck! Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Thebes is the master of hold person.
Steve's is mad.
Holy
my
shit!
God.
What are the odds?
Pro wrestling this guy here.
1 in 400. The odds of 2 natural 20s in a row are 1 in 400. I think. Yeah. He tries to wrestle free from your grip, and he is quite doesn't feel strong, but is quite dexterous for a dwarf. But doesn't manage to break free. The turn is yours, sir.
I can't. I'm grappling, so I can't cast a spell. I'm just gonna.
You have a free hand. I mean, if you haven't drawn your Warhammer yet, you have a free hand for somatics. Yes,
Alright.
you absolutely can cast a spell. You can also draw your Warhammer and attack him without any penalties.
Yeah, I'm gonna swing with my warhammer.
Oh, after 220s?
Here comes the 4. I was just thinking of 4.
God damn!
18 will hit
Yeah, Steve's is so...
for 9 points of bludgeoning damage. That's solid. You grab the warhammer from its sling and take a swing at him, and bashing into his opposite shoulder. He crumples under the hit and falls to the side. You manage to continue holding on to him. Are you doing anything with your bonus action? The hit doesn't seem to phase him too much. Are you doing anything with the bonus action, or just holding him still?
I'm gonna hold him and say, who are you?
Alrighty.
And that's all.
Noro, it's to you. Please don't cut him in half.
Or eat his head.
I mean, cut him in half. It's kind of your thing.
Deebs is holding him. Wouldn't I hit him?
No, 5th edition doesn't really have any mechanics for
Friendly fire?
Yeah, for 2 creatures tied up in a grapple, or you could even restrain him, and you could still hit him freely. In fact, if you restrained him, you'd have advantage to hit him.
Well, that's really dangerous for Gundren.
Certainly would be. Oh yeah, you totally don't have to move around on the map either, but you can if you want.
Time to give him some of that spiritual healing. 2-handed to the face. Oh, first that. You said with advantage, right?
No, it's not with advantage unless Deebs chooses to try and restrain him. So Deebs, on your next turn, you could drop your Warhammer, put the second hand on him, and try to restrain him as your action.
Oh, I see. Okay. But he chose
Or Noro, you could assist Deebs this turn. You could jump in this turn, and your first roll to grapple would be a roll to restrain. In which case, he would...
okay.
his
I'd do
attack
that.
would be with... Okay.
I want to do that.
So go ahead and make a grapple check.
Okay.
It's a athletics check, sorry. You got him. So Noro, you come in and grab him with one hand as well, and the two of you together manage to restrain him. He is currently restrained. His attacks are at disadvantage. Attacks against him are with advantage, and his dex saves are with a disadvantage.
Noro chose to grapple because he's confused still, even though he just saw Deebs did this whole wrestling match with him. But he has my map. So I yell out, my map! This bastard has my map. I'm overselling it.
Scribble.
So if we were on the map from the tavern, he was moving towards the main door, not the back door?
He was moving towards the back door. The back door being here.
Okay.
Yeah, so you guys are sort of up in the front corner of the tavern here, and he got up and made a move for the back door. It's sort of around the bar to the left and down a hallway.
Can I move past them towards the back door to block where he might head?
Certainly can. Yeah, and you can get there easily within your movement.
And then I want to hold my action for casting Lightning Lure.
That's just a cantrip, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're casting Lightning Lure if he comes your way?
If he gets past me. Or tries to bolt past me.
Got it. Perfect. Lunalia.
Sorry, I had my mouth full. She's going to first yell, What is going on? And then she's going to cast Entangle. And drop it right on top of all three of them.
Ah!
Okay. Everybody gets a strength saving throw.
These fucking vines!
Yes.
Well, Gundren fails.
Deeps failed. Nora
There
failed.
it is, there it is.
Nobody's going anywhere. It's kind of her signature move.
Everyone stop.
Pretty much.
The turn is back to Gundren. He struggles. Getting a 10 to try and break your grasps. You guys could roll against him if you wanted to. But, oh, actually, you know what? Sorry. Nah, you know what? Yeah, that's go ahead and both of you roll with advantage against him.
Athletics again? or-
Athletics check, yeah.
Poo-poo. Nice job, Deeps.
Oh, you manage to hang on to him, and he lets out a sigh and stops fighting.
Alright. I'll yell, This isn't Gundren, it's an imposter. I've seen he has some sort of illusion or something on him. Carlo found Gundren's body in the in the keep.
This isn't him.
Explain yourself.
I assure you, I am Gundren. What's going on here?
You're not Gundren. I'm gonna insight check him.
Sure. Let go of me. Come walking in here with a crazy look in your eye. Thought something took over you.
Something took over you. You're not who you say.
Deeps, how do you know this?
I just told you.
He's hard to read, Deebs, even with a 15.
Carlo found Gundren's body.
There is
Go ahead.
There is still a scared look on his face, and he is sort of leaning as far away from Deebs as he can.
Deeps, didn't Poker say something about his necklace?
No, that was Carlo.
Carlo had a magic amulet.
Carlo had a magic amulet.
But on Gundren, it was like all over him, right? Like an aura? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, he kind of shimmered.
Yeah, right. See, I was able to see he has some sort of magic on him. He has an aura around him. He's not who he seems.
Does the magic aura mean like could be an illusion, or the fact that something is on him that's creating the aura, or has something magic?
Could be anything.
Yeah.
But Deebs saw it, over his entire appearance.
But because he couldn't tell what school of magic, I mean, I know you guys aren't as familiar, but Usually when that spell is cast, it tells you what school of magic, whatever it is you're looking at that's emitting a magical aura. You can tell what it is. So, because he can't tell, it's something strange.
It might be like an innate ability of some sort.
Yeah, maybe it's a...
Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Like a supernatural ability, yeah.
God damn it, folks.
What?
You mean like a doppelganger or something? Oh, snap. Okay, yeah, so, alright, Deebs, I'm Noro's asking Deebs, like, what are we doing here? What? I just reacted.
Show your true form, Gundren. Fake Gundren. Show your true form. We have you.
He straightens up a bit. I assure you, this is my true form. Look, and he looks around. Maybe we can sort this out elsewhere. Not in front of people. And you look around and you kind of realize there are just a couple of people who've come in the last few minutes at a table in the back. A couple of locals, just been served. Trelane is not to be seen, but Toblin is behind the bar and backed up against the wall and watching all of this wide-eyed, a bar towel twisted in his hands. Let's go somewhere else. Yeah.
Lunalia is going to start pulling her rope out of her pack. We can at least tie him up.
Oh, fuck. Fine.
All right.
She'll head over to the other two and start binding him.
All right. He doesn't resist. He knows there's not much he can do with the two of them still hanging on to him. And so you bind him. Go ahead and make a survival check for me to see how well the ropes are secured. Oh. Good God.
She's doing it really tight.
You know what? It's about goddamn time that we see some awesome dice rolls. That's fantastic, you guys. I'm very happy. You bind him, and where do you want to take him?
We'll just take him outside, I guess, just away from the.
Do we know where
nothing.
Ulrich's staying?
Ulrich had a room here. He gave it to Gundren, and no, you don't. Actually, that's a good question. He's kind of been. He spent a lot of time with the newly formed militia lately, but you kind of lost track of where he's been staying.
Could we? Is the sleeping giant empty now?
You've seen, in your walks around town, a couple of people in and out of there.
The other option is to take him to Darren's place. There's nobody out that way.
That's a good idea.
There is also the
Town Master's Hall?
The Town Master's Hall, which is literally across the street.
And, it has a jail cell.
And, you wouldn't be certain, but Jeffrey the bailiff seemed to always be there. And there's always a light on in a room on the second floor. Or there's often a light on in a room on the second floor into the evening or night.
Town Master, then?
Or you could just take him into a back alley somewhere.
I prefer somewhere that has 4 walls.
Yeah, maybe let's take him to the Town Master's Hall then. It's right across the street, and it has a jail cell, doesn't it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. It has 2.
All right.
Can I go look through his room?
Okay, so you're going to go look through his room while they do that?
Yeah.
All right. The group of you manage to wrestle him out the door. And Noro, you basically I would imagine you would just sort of grab him and hoist him.
Yes, and I tell him no farting in my face.
As you're moving, towards the Townmaster's Hall. Deebs, you see Gariel again, off in the distance.
Ooh.
The worried look gone from her face, and a small smile. And she just nods your direction.
I give her a little nod and a
You
wink.
get to the Townmaster's Hall, and there's no answer when you knock on the door at first. Another loud, heavy-fisted bang, and you hear footsteps. The door is unbolted, and Jeffrey the Bailiff slowly opens it, a longsword in one hand and a lantern in the other. Right, what's this?
We need to borrow one of your cells.
What did the dwarf do?
I'm not really sure yet.
Right, well,
This
Oh,
dwarf
fuck
is not
it.
who he says he
Come in.
is.
He opens the door and steps aside. In through there. I haven't seen Harbin Wester in a couple of days. Three days now? Since whenever you lot ran the Red Brands out of town. I'll go fetch Ulrich. All of you be alright by yourselves without me?
Aye.
Lunalia is just going to produce flame in her hand. I think we'll be okay.
Right, here, and he hands you a ring of keys. Oh, so much for a fucking quiet evening. He heads out the door and down the street. And so you take Gundren tied up and held to the cell. And is anybody going in with him, or are you going to lock him in there by himself? It's a small 5x8 cell with fairly solid. It's relatively new construction, fairly solid bars. Noro, you could probably rip the bars out with some effort. It's meant really not to house anybody who's determined to get out. It's meant more to toss a drunk or a ruffian in.
I will go in with him.
Anyone else?
Nope. But what I'll do is get my map out of that shirt pocket he put in.
All right. You retrieve your map.
Close the gate behind us, Noro.
You got it.
Mr. Gundren, there are few things I hate in this world more than a liar. I suggest you stop with the lies before it gets worse. And she's going to shapeshift into a panther.
Oh.
Just sitting on the bench next to him.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Fine. What do you wish to know?
Who are you?
Lunalia is going to turn and look at Deebs.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, she can't talk like that. Meow, 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 meow.
She's got
Hello?
a growl going low in her
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you not hear me that whole friggin' time?
Nope.
Ah, that was Discord. Holy shit.
We weren't ignoring you, Deebs.
Yeah, it's like,
Is that why you were quiet when Jeffrey opened the door?
yep.
Oh, wow.
It was just for a little bit. It wasn't like the whole time, I think. Oh, I said it. I said, who are you?
Well, not Gundren.
No shit. Who are you?
Lunalia is going to growl and pace a little closer to him.
He kind of leans back from you, but he doesn't really seem scared. Listen, I work for someone you are acquainted with, I think.
The Black Spider?
A certain drow.
Mm.
Aye. He smiles, and his form shimmers and shifts, and while his clothing doesn't change, Deeb's, it's like looking in a mirror all of a sudden. His hair darkens and fills in, his beard shortens a bit, and the heavy brass bands in the braids on his beard fall off as his beard sort of shortens to take on the form of yours.
You're a handsome devil, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Tell us everything.
So, I'll tell you what I want to tell you.
Yeah,
There's
the
not
growl
much you
is
can...
the growl is much louder, and the claws are starting to extend.
He turns and looks at Lunalia. There's not much you can do to me that others haven't already done. So, I work for the Black Spider. I was to retrieve information for him. Specific information. Something Gundren didn't have, but knew about. I think it was that map. I have a considerable amount of gold tucked away. I'd be willing to pay you very handsomely for that map. For my freedom.
Noro responds with, there's no price on an heirloom.
Well, a copy of it then. How about it? 1,000 gold pieces for a copy of that map.
Ooh.
Oh, I can retire.
We could give him that, because the map's fake, right?
Right. The one that I took back.
You're saying that out loud?
No.
No, player talk.
Please go, Deebs.
I'd hoped to get a little further. I wanted to see what the dwarfs' brothers were up to. But I suppose you're not going to allow that now. If I return to the spider with that map, that should be enough.
Enough for him to not die? Or be punished for his failures?
Enough to appease me. Enough for me to appease him.
Wait, did he actually say that?
Enough for me to appease him? Yeah.
No, appease me and then say appease him?
No, that was me. That was me.
Okay.
Mixing up my words.
I got you.
Enough for me to appease him.
Alright, I call for a team huddle.
Yeah.
Team
or
huddle.
at least can we have a player talk?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I guess.
player talk.
Yeah, I mean, how do we want to handle this?
I would like to sell that as long as he stays in the cell, let's say tonight, and sell the fact that I'm going to go and have that done first thing in the morning, and then I'll come back.
Scribble, make an investigation check as you search his room.
Oh, that's right. Scribble's not there.
Unless you're going to spend 10 minutes or more searching it, in which case I'll just give you an automatic success. But if you're just doing a quick toss, then okay, go ahead and roll with advantage. We'll call it an automatic success regardless. But I'm just curious to see what you get.
Yeah, let's see some. Oh,
Holy shit!
One more. You can do it.
Oh yeah.
There we
nice.
go. Not bad, not bad.
Nice.
You toss the room and you actually find very little. There are some bits of parchment with notes on them, written in common. Seems to be that he was taking notes, trying to figure out what to do next. Elmar Barthen's name is on there. A cart and oxen cart full of supplies and 2 oxen. There's miners ? Guards for the camp. There are 2 names written down. Give me a second here. I'll pull them up. Nundro and Tharden, Rockseeker. And they're both underlined a couple of times. And just a list of some general supplies. Looks like mining gear and some other camp supplies.
Okay, so nothing that looks like it would be out of ordinary for Gundren to have, other than a list of his brothers' names, maybe.
Yeah, it's a little strange. It's definitely a little strange, and it's a little basic for as competent as your impression of Gundren was. For him to be trying to come up with this list of things, it's almost like he's trying to recreate a list that Gundren might have had to appear authentic. You also find a stone. It's a palm-sized smooth stone with some striations in the stone's coloring, and carved into it is a very shallow sort of caricature of a face with its mouth slightly open.
Do we recognize the face, or is it...
Make an Arcana check.
Ooh.
That's not bad.
You're pretty sure, you've seen things like this before, you're pretty sure this is a sending stone. A stone that can be used once a day to send a message of 25 words or less.
Nice.
To whoever holds the other stone in the pair.
Oh, it's a cell phone.
Yeah, D&D cell phone. Really, really shitty D&D cell phone.
But it goes to the other person.
Yeah, so you can message them once a day, and they can reply. 25 words or less. It works the same as the sending spell.
Is it that person's face on the other side of the rock, or...
No, it's just unfortunately, it's just a generic face.
Oh man, there's so many ways to play that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Juicy, especially for scribble.
Set up a trap.
Mmm.
Wait for a message.
Mmm.
Reply in Gundren's voice.
Okay, but if that's what I found, after I do that, I'll take the stone and then head back to the group.
All right. Sorry, you also find a small sack with 75 gold in it.
This bastard don't have a
Yoink.
1,000 gold. Yoink.
Yeah, I'll take that as well.
All right. I'll add that to the loot list to be handled after the session,
That's fine.
and I'll divvy it up.
What if he wants to keep it?
Then he needs to tell me right now that he plans on keeping it. And
No,
you guys will
it'll
think
be
he's an
split up.
asshole. But your characters won't know anything.
True.
So sorry, back to the group huddle. Are you now heading back to catch up with them, or?
Yeah, I was gonna go meet him.
All right. So group huddle. Do you guys have anything else you want to discuss, or are you ready to go on?
I mean, my concern, guys, with leaving him. I mean, we're gonna have to keep an eye on him because if he can shape change. He could shape change into like something like a halfling or something and get out of the jail cell.
Or any of us, because apparently he just
Or
has
that
to
too.
see it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Poker, I have a question. If he sees and if he can shape in what he sees, does he also take on the attributes of that person?
You could make an Arcana check, or perhaps a Nature check. It would be very high DC, and there's a high chance you wouldn't have a clue, but I'll let the dice decide.
Oh boy! All right, I'm gonna do well. Doesn't even matter. I'll do nature. Oh.
Oh my god.
Well then, you really don't have anything to base this on other than how he felt when you held on to him. For a dwarf of his size and build, he did not feel anywhere near as strong as he should have. Gundren appears to be a dwarf with a strength somewhere between 14 and 17. And I mean, with that 19, that's a great roll. This guy felt like he had a strength of 10 or 11.
Oh, he's a little... Okay.
So one could surmise from that regardless of his appearance, and his appearance, because you grabbed onto him and held him, he very definitely felt exactly as he looked. His appearance would hold up to physical inspection, but it doesn't seem like he takes on the attributes or abilities. Now, again,
Okay.
you're basing that entirely on your perception of his strength.
Yeah, based on what has happened. Okay,
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for the roll. That's great.
Yay.
There's nothing worse than wanting to give something away and then a player gets a bad roll and you're like, well, I'll just have to forget that.
Sweet. Well, I feel okay now. Perker scared me earlier.
When Scribble gets back,
Let's see what's in his room first with Scribble, and then once he gets here and he lays it out on us, then we'll see.
yeah, and I want to see if
wasn't
Scribble
there
has
when
any
Jeffrey
questions.
went to Gilrick. So we would definitely want to wait for that, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
true.
Oh, Rick as well, yeah. We got amnesia, Scribble.
Scribble, you arrive about the same time as Ulrich. He has his sword strapped on his back. No armor, clothes. No shield, no armor, nothing. Looks like he just strapped his sword on and came when Jeffrey fetched him. With him is Jeffrey the bailiff, sword, shield at his back, and a lantern in one hand. Ulrich says, your friends inside asked for me to come. Do you know what's going on?
He would have known about the shapeshifter that Halia said was with the Black Spider, right?
I think, yeah, you guys would have... I'm sure you would have told him that important detail.
Just tell him that I believe we found the shapeshifter. You won't like it when we tell you.
Right. Well, let's not delay this. Moments later, Ulrich comes into the room. Jeffrey, wait outside. What have we here? And as he says that, the shapeshifter's face and size shift again to match that of Ulrich. But his voice changes to something else. Well, it seems you've all seen through my ruse. The offer still stands. 1,000 gold, and I leave with the map. You'll never see me again. I don't understand. Where's Gundren?
He's at the
Ulrich,
barrel.
lad, I'm sorry. This thing was Gundren. Carlo found Gundren's body in a barrel back in the Cragmaw Castle.
Wow, Deebs is really shook up about it.
I assure you, he didn't suffer much. His mind was quite open to me after the first few cuts.
Ooh,
Sadly,
man.
Sadly, he succumbed to his injuries. It was beyond my means to bring him back.
He's boiling.
Ulrich is he's standing there stone-faced. He takes a step back and he says, anything I do will be against everything we've built. I'll leave him in your hands. Get what you can out of him. I don't care what you do as long as he's not here in the morning. Do you need me for anything?
We can handle it, Ulrich.
Good. I can't be involved in this. You understand why?
Aye. We just wanted to make sure you were aware.
He nods, and there is a look between him and you, Deebs, that you know what he's thinking. But you get the feeling he's got to keep his nose clean. He turns and says, Jeffrey, we're going to leave these folk in here to do what they need to do. Let's go. The young bailiff just nods, takes a couple steps back with a worried look on his face, and follows Ulrich out. You hear the door out in the main hall shut as they exit the building, and you are left alone with the doppelganger.
Oh, boy.
Wow, I took a wild guess.
Oh, boy.
Well,
I know what I want to do.
Yeah.
One finger at a time.
But I mean, we don't know what kind of trouble he'll get in if he crawls all the way back to the spider empty-handed. We can't really be towing him around with us.
Scribble, did you find anything in his room?
He had some shitty notes. And 75 gold.
Wait a minute. I thought you said you had 1,000. Noro says.
I have more tucked away. I wouldn't keep it all there. I'm not unintelligent, even though I may look it from time to time.
Is that a male voice or female voice?
It's hard to tell.
Neutral?
Yeah, he's very gender and
fluid.
emotionally neutral. There's just not a lot there.
Did we see his true form?
Not yet.
I was asking.
He still looks like Ulrich. Oh, sorry.
Alright. Well, I'm going to say this out loud, so...
Oh,
What do we want to do with him? I know what I want to do. Based on his treatment of Gundren.
Lunalia's just going to look through the bars at Deebs. She's going to growl and just extend her claws.
I don't know what that means.
You know what Lunalia's stance is on keeping things caged. She just wants to kill him.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was like a stop or if that was okay.
Oh.
Wow, Lunalia.
Yeah. She did say that a while back.
The doppelganger looks over at the cat, and there's a look of distaste on his face, and it ripples and becomes her face. The clothing remains the same. The dwarf's clothing now the shirts come untucked, and the pants have become loose but short, as his physical form shifts underneath the clothing he's wearing, and it is a carbon copy of her. But that same voice comes out of it. I understand you wish to do away with me. I will not make it easy. You're far better off taking the money and letting me go on my way.
And still work for the Black Spider.
Is it nighttime?
It is.
I need to take a step outside.
All right.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I need to think on this.
Linelia's going to drop her form. She's going to revert back to her druid form.
All right.
Noro's gonna ask Scribble what if he found anything else other than shitty notes and gold. If he's there.
Yeah, I'll just hold up the stone to Noro, but then not say anything, like out of the sight. Can I hide it?
I mean, you can. I mean, you want to make a sleight of hand check?
Oh, you're trying to hide it from him, Lucid. I thought you were going to hide it from the party.
Yeah.
You do your best to hide it. Do you watch the doppelganger at all as you do it, or?
Yeah.
You look up and you see it's Lunalia's form. There's two of them now in there. You see it looking back at you, and its eyes flick down to your hand. It maybe didn't see what it was, but it knows you're showing him something. And there is a brief look of surprise on its face. Nor you see a small palm-sized stone with a face carved into it.
Can Scribble sleight a hand one more time? Not for that fact, but then, like, give me a coin from the coin pouch? I don't know. I'm asking.
I mean, he could. You'd have to ask him out loud to do that.
Yeah.
Hey, slide me a coin.
No, I'm thinking like, oh, that's some coin. Toss me some. You know, just to kind of sell it a little further that if he did catch a glimpse, we could maybe fool him that you were just showing me gold coins. I don't know. I'm just thinking here.
It's up to him.
So it looked like he could tell that I was showing him something, but he couldn't tell what it was.
Yeah. I mean, he can't see through the back of your hand, but he did see that you showed Noro something.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to sell it further. Like, oh, some coin. I'm gonna need some. I don't know. I'm gonna say something like "L." Toss me some.
Okay, well, if you say toss me some.
Yeah.
Then I guess I can try to give Hummer some gold.
Yeah, just like toss some coins at me, and I like catch them or something.
All right, make another sleight of hand check to
Scribble, right?
stow it and toss the coin.
Damn.
You manage to deftly stow the stone that you showed him briefly, and instead, from one hand up the backside of your arm into the other hand, palm some coin and throw it up at Noro. And Noro, make a dexterity check just to see if he just for fun.
Okay.
Nice.
You managed to catch most of the, I don't know how much you toss him, Scribble, like 6 or 7 gold, just a handful.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, you managed to catch 5, and a couple of the gold pieces tinkle on the ground and roll off into corners. You can find them eventually, but you know what? Scribble, you glance back over at him, and it looks like you sold it. There's a look of confusion on his face, and then he turns back to Linalia.
What will happen to you if you go back to the spider without what you were looking for?
I won't. If I failed, my plan was to leave. With a face like this, and he smiles broadly, I could go anywhere. Well,
I wouldn't count on that.
maybe a face more like this. And he smiles again, and it just turns into a generic human male, somebody you might see walking down the street. Skin not too dark, not too light, sandy brown hair. Neither attractive nor unattractive. Definitely somebody you'd walk right past, never notice. I wanted you to know what I did to the dwarf. I was ordered to do. I took no pleasure in it. Or really many things I've been ordered to do. This was my lot in life.
Nora wants to say, I wouldn't even know if Nora would even know what a doppelganger is, given that he's a Goliath. Would that be something possible?
I mean, that's maybe what the excuse me. Maybe that's maybe what the nature check you did earlier was for, right? To see if it's something you'd heard of. You have heard perhaps rumors, legends of supernatural shape-shifting creatures that can take on anyone's face, anyone's form. Skin dancers, you might have heard them referred to, or face stealers.
Okay, so then I'll with that I'll lead with I don't understand what would benefit working with a drow or the spider as a doppelganger since you can do anything.
A sense of purpose, money, a place to call home. I can't imagine you'd understand, but my kind are born into this world not knowing what we are, and our first change does not happen for years. When it does, it's very surprising. We're left lost, without a sense of identity, our face never again returning to what it was originally, our form perverse, and its face shifts and its flesh changes color into a strange bluish tone. Its mouth closes over and disappears, its eyes go milky, and it looks a little something like this. And I'll post this in the let's do the no, I'll just do the group chat. There we go.
Got no dick.
Well, it's still wearing
First thing
clothing.
he
But,
notices.
yeah.
Looks like one of those ghosts I've been hunting all week.
Its strange alien visage shifts back into that nondescript human male. And so we go searching for others like ourselves, or really anyone who will take us in. And often we are used. We are a tool for others.
For everybody
enjoyed it.
else who's in the room, you would see Lunalia's demeanor completely shift.
To not wanting to kill him?
Mm-hmm.
I see.
I was one such tool. For the Black Spider and for others. I have for some time wished to be out of his employ, but such a move is one must take carefully. His agents are everywhere, and, well, one can hide for only so long before they are forced to change again, offer services to get by. I have no real sellable skills other than what I do. And so, he would find me, were I to work for another, doing the same sort of things. But to answer your question, if I failed him, I would not go back. I would take my chances. Perhaps I would go to Dralamar and disappear for a time, find myself working for another like the spider. Another well-connected. Another who appreciates my unique talents.
I'd like to insight check him.
Sure. Do it.
Do it.
Oh,
Oh, there's the potato.
potato.
He looks up at you watching him, and his face shifts to yours, but not the rest of his form, just the face. Does this bother you, my large friend?
I've only heard stories. Seeing it here in front of me now is just... I'm in awe. How easily you shape.
Were I to be honest, I wish I were rid of it. To have a face to call my own is something I'll never have again. And you hear just a crack of emotion in that. Well, I suppose we wait for your leader to come back then. And he leans against the wall and crosses his arms. Still with Noro's face on. Deebs, outside. The clouds have filled the sky this night. But the air is not too cool. Not too warm. A bit of a cool breeze, and a sliver of moonlight shines through here and there. What are you doing?
I am asking Saloon. Saloon, I need some advice on this one. Please guide me. And I start praying.
You find yourself deep in prayer, and there is a feeling of warmth about you. Like arms embracing you. You open your eyes just a bit, and there is a single shaft of moonlight shining through the clouds that lights just a small area around you. You look off in the distance, and you almost think you can see Gundren nodding before turning and walking away into the tall grass. And you get the feeling that she's telling you to let him go.
All right. I'll head back to the group.
Ah, there he is. The doppelganger says, wearing Noro's face. It's unsettling, seeing that large face on its relatively normal-sized human frame. Have you made a decision?
I've changed my mind, Deebs.
I have as well.
That's surprising.
Nora's right.
Noro, visible confusion.
This is this is very difficult. This is very difficult.
I mean,
But
you handled that guy like a professional wrestler. Change your-
He obviously can't go back to the spider. He'll die. I am a bit concerned of what other trouble this thing will get into. But Lanaya, I understand. Would you want to let him go?
Yes.
Scribble,
He can't
Noro?
help his nature.
Hmm.
Yes.
Scribble? What are your thoughts?
There's no challenge. Just gotta let him go.
So does it have any gear on it? Or is it just like clothes from Gundren?
Just wearing Gundren's traveler's clothes. Oddly stretched and misshapen, baggy in places, but far too short for the human frame that it currently wears.
But it doesn't have any weapons or anything?
Not that you can see.
Poker, when
Mm-hmm.
when Deebs casted that detect magic from a distance, is the description you gave because he was far away that it was like that, or would it have mattered if he was closer?
So I did a bunch of reading, and a couple, I don't know, weeks ago when I put this doppelganger in here, and then refreshed that reading here when Deebs cast the spell. There are, I feel like, based on the reading I did, there are a couple of different schools of thought about how detect magic works with doppelganger's racial ability. It is a supernatural ability. It is a magical effect. I'm pretty sure the exact text says the doppelganger can use its action to polymorph into a small or medium humanoid it has seen or back into its true form. The fact that it uses the word polymorph indicates that it's a magical effect, but there seems to be some, and I unfortunately really didn't go look at official errata about it, but there seems to be some divergence between what people think that effect should be. That perhaps while it is while the racial ability is in effect, it's not really magic. You would only see. It would only register as magical when it was changing forms. And I think some of that stems from people thinking that a simple first level spell revealing a doppelganger, to be, it's not an illusion, right? It's a physical transformation. So the question is, can detect magic detect it? Would True Sight detect it? Yes. But should a first level spell break that? I like the idea that it reveals that there's something going on, but you can't tell what it is. It is not a school of magic at that point. It is a magical effect was used on this thing, and there is just a bit of leftover, radiation, one might say. There's a bit of a magical sparkle to it.
I was only asking, I guess, for future doppelgangers, how we would catch them. I guess if we ever, felt suspicion about something, what we would know, what we saw.
That's the problem with shapeshifters. Once you have one in there, the party never trusts anyone ever again.
Yeah, that's the same.
Enjoy your maddening paranoia, you guys.
I already don't trust people in general, so it's
they're all doppelgangers from here on. Every single NPC.
Noro rages. Nora wants to rage.
You know why? Because they're all me underneath.
Oh, that's true.
They're all poker. Well, and so, I'm gonna look at the doppelganger and just kind of, if I vote for you to live, instead of Dralamar, what if I had a new home for you?
Oh.
It cocks its head slightly. Interesting. I'm listening.
You can stay here.
What?
Oh no.
An eyebrow raises as its face shifts back to the very nondescript human man, matching the rest of its appearance. Go on.
You could become an honest miner. There may be some work for you at the Miners' Exchange.
Oh, nice. Fucking listen.
I'm not certain I follow.
Poker doesn't follow either.
I get it. But I don't think Viz has met Halia Thornton, so
You don't think
Gundren, the doppelganger.
Aha, we know his name.
Viz. I don't think he's met. In fact, he. No, you know what? He has met Halia because he would have been trying to retrace Gundren's steps, getting ready to, resupply the expedition, look for some miners to go. No, he would have met her. He would have met her for sure. He looks at you, so that gives him a little bit of advantage on the inside check to try and determine what you're saying. He nods and says, "I've met the woman. Do you think she could afford me?"
she thinks she can.
What is going on?
Out of session, like player to player, are you wanting him to work for her but be working for you?
No, not working for me, but he's going to go to Dralamar and cause problems.
Right.
I mean, he openly said he was going to do that.
Yeah, that's
go
he
find
takes
a crime
jobs
lord
that
to
he's
work
good
for.
at.
Yeah.
But if we were to send him to someone that where we would possibly be around, we would have more of an idea of what he would be into, and it would buy us favor later, possibly if we need it, is what Scribble's thinking.
Yeah.
You should have been a wizard.
But, I mean, he can change into anything, though. How will we know? Who knows what he's going to do?
Who knows what he's going to
Deeps,
do if we let him walk out the door?
Sometimes you just have to trust people, Deeps.
I was going to say, especially when right now we could end him. And knowing that we're not going to.
I mean, out of play, as soon as you let him leave your sight, he could go anywhere and become anyone.
It's true.
So giving him an opportunity to do something interesting, I mean, Scribble's onto something with, as soon as you guys let him out of your sight, he could go right back to what he was doing. He could disguise himself as somebody here. He could go back to Dralamar and cause a lot of trouble. He could go anywhere. Why not keep him somewhere where you know where he's going to be and who he's working for? Give him a new boss.
Didn't he also say he was looking for a place? Like... to belong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that part was probably bullshit, but
I think that's the only part that isn't bullshit.
My fear is he comes back as bitch ass Carlos and starts saying, "Hey, just kidding, guys. he's over there," and then it's a booby trap, and somehow we speed up the process of seeing the spider.
I wish I could play D&D the way you guys play. Nobody trusts anybody.
Yeah.
And I have a bad habit of just being like, why would they lie?
Again, I'm trying to play into my character's number one flaw is I think everybody's trying to cheat me.
So, a question. We as players, I mean, I'm sorry, we as characters don't know any of Lucid's going-ons with Helya, right?
No.
No, actually.
I mean, you know, you've been in the room once or twice when there was an exchange between them, and you might have maybe cued in on a little bit of it, but yeah, I really don't.
So this is like, go ahead, sorry.
I'm pretty sure the initial conversation between her and him was private. And then since then, you know, he's been pretty good at dropping hints, like the little illusory image of a spider, and you know. But yeah, I think most of the time he's gone to see her has been by himself, except the time he took Ulrich to go meet her, to get them to play nice, so that she'd be less of a problem for the new town master.
But I've explained to them that she gave us information, especially about the black spider and the shapeshifter.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
And
She's
then-
the one that told you about the shapeshifter, right?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if we're going to be
knowing
confused.
that I took Ulrich, so there has to be some connection that you guys would understand.
Right.
Okay. I'm just want to make sure we're not confused. Like, I'm not confused on what's happening here. So I kind of Deeb's the character, right? Deeb's the character understands what's happening. So.
Right.
All right. Got it.
I want to inside check Deeps to see if he's really confused or is he lying.
You don't have to roll for that. I'm always confused.
The doppelganger looks at you, Scrabble, and says, I'm in no position to demand anything, but I would hope you would honor this one request.
Oh.
If I go there, if I am accepted, no one outside of this room knows.
Of course.
Tell your friend who left a story. Tell him I don't care. Tell him you killed me. Tell him I'll never do it again. It doesn't matter, but no one knows outside of this room. I would have preferred only you and I knew this. I don't like information getting out to others who it shouldn't go to. Yes, I will go meet with her. Perhaps she'll be a more agreeable employer than my past one.
Nora wants to ask him if things work out and you don't return, wouldn't the spider come look for you where you were sent? And if that's the case, what are the odds you can be spotted? Considering you can be everyone, but again, I don't know the power of the spider's extent.
Well, our kind are found out usually when we are asked to overuse our unique abilities.
Okay.
Hopefully her and I can come to an agreement that allows me to be a little more subtle.
Okay.
At least for a time. I have some other skills. The dwarf did tell me so very many things before he expired. Perhaps those skills will be useful to her in some ways.
So out of character,
And he looks at Deebs and smiles softly.
Oh.
Or Deebs can't respond.
Poke.
Got him.
I was just asking. I'm also thinking like the trouble it could bring, considering that hey, this guy hasn't come back yet, you know, and then she sends more trouble to the town that's trying to do good.
Nora,
So,
sometimes when
Does
you're
Hummer
a rabbit,
recognize a sending stone?
No, there's no. I mean, he could make an
Okay.
Arcana check, but there's no way. I mean,
Okay, I wasn't sure.
you know, I shouldn't say that. Hummer spent a few days in Dralamar, and he's not an idiot, and he wasn't born yesterday, and it is a very fairly common magic item. He could make an Arcana check to determine if he sees the DC would be somewhat high, but You can make an Arcana check. He's certainly not the dumbest one in the group.
You can't make fun of Deeves while he can't respond.
I'm back. What happened?
Oh, I didn't realize he was away.
Oh.
I was grabbing a drink. I had my headset on. I had my headset on though. I heard.
Oh, okay. Oh, good. Oh, then you caught the smile then.
Yeah.
So Nora, if you wanted to make a Arcana check to recognize the sending stone that Scribble flashed you.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Hey, there's
That's
a face
a
on
nice
that rock. All right,
Nice.
so, yeah. Viz says, you could help me. I know you probably don't want to, but if there's a way you can make it appear that you did away with me, it would help if the spider thought I were dead.
How can we do that?
We just tell him when he asks. He's dead.
Well, you have one of his loyal followers in your midst, Talranaz. He didn't know that Gundren was dead, and he likely still doesn't. He didn't know I took Gundren's place. He knows me, or at least he knows of me. Tell him you discovered me, and that you killed me. That news will make it back to the spider. I think. Well, from what I understand, I don't know if Tal will go back willingly, but the spider will find him eventually.
All right.
And we think that Tal's back up in the crypts, right?
Yeah.
Where the hell is Samia?
I think she wandered off into the woods at some point.
Don't look at me. I did not lay a finger on her.
Lunelli's gonna untie the doppelganger.
You know, if Ulrich ever finds out, he will be severely disappointed.
Well, as long as he doesn't ask me, we should be fine.
Well, he didn't exactly say what to do to him. He just didn't want to see him.
I know what he wanted.
You son of a bitch.
I know.
Yeah. Revenge.
But he also said, I don't want to know any details.
It's our chance.
Yeah. No, I mean, there was Deeb's. The look on his face was unmistakable. Kill this son of a bitch for what he did to my friend.
Yeah. Yep.
But I can't get my hands dirty because,
Town master.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do it, and I don't want to know about it.
Yeah. Who am I to argue with, with the people who scared the Red Brands out of town and, did all this other stuff? You know what? They wanted to handle it themselves. I walked away. I left them to it. It was a personal issue, not a town issue. As far as I'm concerned, they're keeping the town safe by doing whatever they did. They took care of it. Diplomatic immunity.
They just borrowed the town hall.
Let's be done with it. Let's be done with it and move on.
Are we taking him to the miners' exchange now? Are we...
No, we're just letting him go.
Ah, okay.
I mean, I assume the miners' exchange is even open now.
No, it's nighttime, right?
It's late evening. You could walk him over there. You could walk him over there and get some credit for it.
And he can find his own way there.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if you wanted to make it clear that we were helping her by...
Yeah, you don't want that, Deeps.
Like, do we want her to know that it's us introducing this guy as a, potential tool? Right. Okay.
So just to be clear, Scribble, you don't want credit for giving Mama Cersei a doppelganger to play with.
I don't want to walk them over.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, he can look like anyone, right? He could just look like
Right.
Lenalia, and the two of you could go over there.
But at the same time, that could look strange for us to walk out of the town hall.
That's true.
And I feel like if a doppelganger shows up, like she had asked for a shapeshifter,
Right.
it's probably going to be pretty clear why they're there.
Right. She's not stupid. She's going to know.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So what are y'all doing? He's just sitting there with an impassive look on his face, looking back and forth between you. There is just a bit of a smug curl at the corners of his mouth.
Yeah, Lunalia is going to untie him and ask if you could so kindly let me out of this cage now.
Who's got the keys? Noro?
Yeah, one of you guys.
Yeah, Noro. I'll go open it.
Okay. You open it.
Still with a face of distress, but it's just Noro being Noro.
I'm going to mimic the sound of someone like dying or being killed.
Well, you've certainly heard enough of that, so yeah. Go for it. You don't even need to make a roll for it. Viz looks around and says, well, I suppose I should look like something or someone else, shouldn't I? How best to do this? You, I suppose, and he looks down at Scribble. And his form begins to shrink down.
You know what?
You know what? I changed my mind.
He can look like, while we're out of town, he can look like any one of us and cause all kinds of havoc.
I think is the thinking. He could have done that anyway in the inn.
Last chance, Deebs. He shrinks down to look like Scribble, still wearing Gundren's outfit. And it's strange to hear his voice come out of the beaked face. Now, I suppose I need to find, some sort of robe or something around here. A cloak. Oh, that'll do. And he walks over and grabs a cloak that was hung over the back of a chair in the corner. Throws it on and does a somewhat approximation of Scribble's look with it as best he can. The map? Last chance on that. 1,000 gold pieces. I am good for my word. It's tucked away somewhere safe.
What's good to you if we're not going back? New life, right?
Well, it was worth a try. Then he turns and walks out the door. You hear the sound of a window shutter opening. He hops out a window into the night.
I hope this doesn't come back to haunt us.
Deebs,
Oh, Jesus.
very quietly, a whisper in your ear. Your friend screamed so very much before he died. It was delicious. I'll be seeing you.
Oh, no.
You sons of bitches. You sons of bitches.
You're saying that to Salute,
Yeah.
right?
He just... We just made a terrible, terrible mistake.
I think
No,
we'll be fine.
he's legit screwed if he goes back to the spider. He's definitely not doing that.
Yeah, but he's free to walk around and cause havoc.
Consequences.
Deebs, everyone deserves a chance to find where they belong.
No, they don't. The next time,
everybody from here.
the next time they get the Warhammer.
I'm gonna pull out the sending stone and toss it to Deebs.
What the fuck is this?
It was in his room. I believe the spider will be in touch.
Uh,
I'm assuming I know what it is, since you said it's...
Yeah, you can make it. You can make an Arcana check. If Scribble doesn't tell you what it is, just make a quick Arcana check.
Ooh, Arcana. Yikes.
Yeah, but you've.
I just want to see the dumb roll.
There you go.
Now I'll explain
you
it to
shall
him.
receive.
What is this? A children's crayon? What is this?
I'm gonna stick this rock up that thing's ass.
The rock is probably important to us or valuable for us.
Right. What is it?
It can communicate with its twin. So someone probably that he was spying on us for will send a message whenever he's missing. Or we can communicate with it once a day.
And Noro is like, wait, we can pretend to be him?
Could be useful.
And we can do it outside of the town.
So why don't we call the spider and have him meet us somewhere?
We don't know for sure that that's where that goes.
Right, we don't know who's on the other end, it sounds like.
One way to find out, but we should wait until we are outside of town. In case they send for it. Or for the map that you opened your mouth about and explained to that we had.
What are you guys doing and where are you going? It might occur to you that you're still in Townmaster's Hall, now suspiciously without your captive. It would be unfortunate if somebody walked in the door and said, "Where'd he go?"
Well, there's only two people that would walk in the door and ask that.
Yeah, and it'd be a problem if either of them did.
Yeah.
You'd have to be like, the sorcerer vaporized him.
Let's head back to the inn.
Did we hear what this doppelganger said to Deebs, or only Deebs heard what he said on the way out?
Only Deeps heard it.
I let the party know what he told me.
Okay.
And instantly Noro feels cheated.
It's, talking to him, it really didn't feel like he, he openly admitted torturing and killing Gundren, and did not seem like it bothered him whatsoever.
Ah, y'all better act somebody.
So, back to the inn.
Head back to the inn.
Oh my god, son of a...
Lunalia had said she'd give up her room because more rooms were needed.
Right.
She's going to head to Darren's farmstead.
Man,
No,
All
she
right.
likes the forest and the pond over there.
Yeah.
You perverts.
All
Well, we
right.
weren't leaving for a couple days, were we? Or were we leaving in the morning?
No, you had a couple more days. The idea was Gundren was gonna, call you all together and say, "All right, I'm packing up. I'm getting ready to go. I'm getting all my shit together, and I need to know now if you're coming or not, so I can make other arrangements for protection." And he would have set out within another couple of days. So he would have told you that he's got a wagon load of supplies that Elmar Barthen is, it's basically the wagon that you brought here, plus more that Elmar did have in stock, plus some mining gear from the Miners' Exchange, and he was working on, you would imagine, hiring a small mining team to come with. So if Lunalia heads to Darren's farmstead, which, by the way, has a small orchard out back too, small apple orchard. The rest of you head to the inn and to bed for the night, to sit around and drink away your troubles, to what? What do you guys want to do?
I want to copy the research notes that we found in Alberic's thing that I had.
All right. You get to that. Nora?
I want to review with Scribble how I forgot what we did to the map. Like, how fake is it? What's I guess the only difference? And we did do something different, right? We didn't do an exact copy, right?
No, it's a replica, so it looks it has that same, worn and tattered look to it, and the ink has somehow he's managed to make the ink look, aged. But I think Lucid said that Scribble changed some of the key details. I mean, I've never been very clear on what the map is because theater of the mind.
I didn't specify.
And the whole point of the map not being particularly decipherable means that you're not like, oh, aha, this is this, and it's right there. Let's go get it. There's some stains and water damage, and it's torn, and it's not exactly an easy it's clearly somebody made this map such that only people in the know would be able to find this.
Okay, so then what Nora wants to do is go check if he actually went to the Miners' Exchange and try to strike a deal about that 1,000 gold.
Okay, so separately you are actually going to go find him and try and offer the map to him?
I want to sell... What I want to do is sell the idea that I didn't want to do it in front of my friends.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Make a perception check for me as you go looking for the doppelganger or anybody that might be him. Deebs.
Oh,
what
nice.
are you doing? Where are you going?
Nice.
Laurel, I'll get to you in just a bit. Deebs,
Okay.
what are you doing and where are you going?
I am gonna go to the inn and get some ale.
You sure about that? Shouldn't you still be angry?
That's why he's drinking.
That's
That's
right.
he's drinking.
Exactly right.
There's a drink for every mood.
Actually, do I see Gariel anywhere on the way back?
You don't.
I go to the inn.
You go to the inn.
Yes.
When you get to the inn, as you enter, a couple more townfolk have come in. The two farmhands that were sitting at the table in the far back get real quiet when you come in, and sort of look your way and whisper at each other. Toblin still looks a little shaken. He says, Mr. Darkbeard, I hope there's not going to be any more trouble.
My apologies, Toblin. We have it under control.
What was all that about with Mr. Gundren there?
It was just a misunderstanding. We've got it straightened out. Please, buy it around for the crowd here.
Make a deception check.
Oh shit!
You do realize they're never going to see Gundren again.
That's okay. I didn't roll anything higher than single digits. You're fine. He kind of nods and he looks a little worried, but he nods and smiles. So, did you say a round for everybody? Or?
Yeah. Yep.
He's really depressed.
You feel a hand on your shoulder and you hear, "Like that too. He owes me." You look and Kurt is there.
Oh,
fucking Kurt.
The total comes to 5 silver.
All right.
He must have ran out of money, so he's back to see Deeps.
You get your ale, and Kurt gets his 2. And he says, "Do you mind if I join you? I've got something for you."
What's going on, Kurt?
Well, first of all, that big grey fella that you hang out with owes me money. 10 gold pieces, pay up, or you don't get this. And he slips a little corner of a piece of paper out from under his coat. Go ask him. He knows he owes me. I'll wait.
My rage is unimaginable right now.
Pay the man, Deebs.
We just caused a ruckus in the inn.
He's good for it. He flashed me platinum the other day. I know he's good for it. Should be asking more for that stunt he pulled with his axe.
Why don't you tell me what you have there, and we'll discuss the gold after.
What I have is a burnt scrap of paper that you can't read. 10 gold can fix that.
Thieves' noises.
Look, I don't have an employer anymore.
I give him the 10 fucking gold.
I asked for that myself.
Take the gold. What do you have?
Right, that girl you hang out with. The weird one.
Which one?
Which one?
Fucking drow. She left this.
Oh.
He slides a folded note to you.
Alright.
And as you open it, the note says, I really hate that I have to read this. Daddy Deebs.
God damn it!
Instantly no.
No!
I know I said I would follow you and help you on your journey. I recently discovered a way to learn more about my heritage and answers to questions that I seek. I'm sorry I won't be there for what you encounter next, but I promise to find you again. I'll be stronger and better able to repay the debt that I owe to you. Don't worry about me, and I hope your goddess watches over you. Solmia.
Alright, thank you for this, Kurt.
He's kind of nodding as you read it. Yeah, I read it too. Well, she didn't seal it.
Kurt, get the fuck out of my face.
Like, listen. I'm looking for work, right? If you need anything, I won't fight for you, mind you. I'm not too good in a fight, but I can cook well enough, tend camp, drive a wagon, done a few of those things in the past. Kurt's your guy. If you keep me safe.
Alright.
Much as I hate to say, you lot have treated me better than Madrick and his ever did. That includes the big man throwing his axe at me.
All right, Kurt. All right, I appreciate it.
Right, I'll be round.
Where can I find you if we need you?
he jingles the palm full of coin and says, "Well, I'll be around here a bit more now."
All right.
He tucks the coin away. And stands up, takes his beers. Now, you look like you got some alone drinking to do. I'll leave you to it. And he heads over and grabs his old table in the back, places one mug in front of him and the other one across the table from him. And begins drinking it.
His buddy.
Yep. He just sits there sipping at his ale, staring at the empty chair across from him for quite a long time.
Man.
I'm just going to continue drinking so you can move to someone.
Noro, you see, how are you approaching the miners' exchange? Sneak, or just walking down the street with a map sort of half crumpled in your hand? Gonna find a guy, got a map to sell. Maybe sing a little song as you do it?
No, I'm kind of... Because I don't know who he might be now, I'm doing it like in a very like I'm suspicious of everyone and I'm just trying to find the right one. That's kind of how I'm doing it. So I'm not singing a song down the street.
As you head towards the miners' exchange, you notice a single dim lantern on in the Lion Shield Coster, in the front room, in the showroom. And you turn and you look in the miners' exchange, and you can see there a lantern on as well. It's low. You see two figures talking. One of them is with that perception check. One of them is very definitely Halia, and the other one is about the right shape and build of the sort of nondescript human man that the doppelganger took form of earlier.
So he was Scribble when he left, right? And then
you can turn it into anybody. Yeah, he likely went, if this is him, he went to her and shifted shape to prove what he is.
Then what I would like to do at this point is stealth and try to get to a near window to maybe catch something.
Okay.
That's being discussed, just to make sure that it's him.
Yep. Go ahead. Make a stealth check.
All right.
It's better than I thought it was going to go.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
Same.
I was scared. I'm a big ass barbarian with +2 stealth.
That's why I thought it was going to be a 6.
You do your best to sneak over and up onto the porch that runs across the length of the front of the building, and the boards creak under your heavy footfalls as you do your best to sneak along. You get to a window and kneel down just so that you're, the top half of your face is peering over the windowsill, and you can see very definitely in the dim light within the two of them. It is Halia and the doppelganger in his human-faced form. He has the cloak still draped over his shoulders. It's very definitely him, and she is nodding, and there is a bit of a smile on her face.
Okay.
They're talking. It's muffled through the glass, and you can't make out what they're saying. As they're speaking, she looks over directly at you and seems to look right through you.
Oh.
She doesn't even acknowledge you're there. She looks over and sort of scans out the windows and sees nobody. She reaches up and puts her hand on the doppelganger's shoulder and takes him back into her office, presumably to talk more.
Okay. Well, now that I know it's him, I don't really want to talk to Halia in front of him about the map. So can I wait until he exits?
Mm-hmm. You certainly can.
I'd like to do that then.
All right. You wait for a while, and then 10 minutes later or so, 7 or 8 minutes later or so, he quietly walks across the front room of the building, and as he does, his form shrinks down. A beak grows out of the hood that he pulls up, and back into Scribble's form. The door is quietly pushed open, and a pretty good imitation of Scribble steps out. Looks left, looks right towards you, and doesn't see you.
Nice. Okay. I'm going to have him keep going.
Okay.
Because again, I kind of want him to get a little bit away from the building, and then I'm going to proceed to follow him. And then stop him at some point. I just kind of want to be away from the building.
He actually he cuts around behind the building and through the fields, heading towards the sleeping giant.
All right. So I guess through the fields is where I want to stop and talk to him.
Yeah. Okay. So somewhere back here in the between a tree and a barn type of thing.
Yes.
How do you stop him? Every once in a while, he stops and looks around.
Yeah.
And his gaze goes right past you. Somehow doesn't see you. With that stealth check, it's strange that someone so perceptive wouldn't see you.
All right. So I say, about the map.
From how far away do you say that? Like, do you try and get within 20, 30 feet of him and say, about the map? Or do you get up close and whisper?
The same whisper level that he did to Deeps.
Okay. So
I'm going to be really close.
You try and get up close. You jog to catch up with him. He turns and again looks right through you, and you're not there. He stops and is sort of looking around, doesn't see you, and you run right up and about the map. He looks up. Where are you? I don't see you.
I go ahead and reveal myself.
Oh, but see, stealth doesn't work that way.
He
should be. He's looking around, and stealth is hiding, right? Like you kind of have to RP it. Like I'm going to sneak quietly down this hallway, pressed up against the wall, or I'm going to hide behind those boxes and crates. He can't see you, and it's strange that it's like you're invisible.
Okay, so I guess I'm pressed up against the tree. I guess I'm trying to kind of like get his attention towards where I'm pressed up against.
He walks in your direction and eventually sort of right up to you and just reaches a scribble hand out and hits you sort of low in the chest. I didn't think you could do that. Do you know you're invisible?
I was just going to say, how did Noro go invisible?
No. Wait, I'm invisible? I'm like looking at myself now at this point, then I'm trying to look at my feet. Are they there?
You reach up a hand in front of your face and you can see it, but it looks a little strange. It's sort of translucent. You can sort of see through it, but it's there. And there's just a slight shimmer to it.
What is going on?
That's a handy trick. What about... He looks around. What about the map?
How would the exchange happen? How do I know that if I just give you the map, we get 1,000 gold?
I would go and retrieve the money, and I would give it to you when you gave me the map. It's that simple. Don't complicate it.
I didn't want to do it in front of my friends.
I understand. It's hard to show your true face in front of people who trust you.
Oh, this son of a bitch.
It's fucking Homer.
So I'm about to just take the axe and just split him.
I mean, you're invisible, so you could. But...
Right. About that 1,000 gold first. So, okay, then Noro says, all right, how soon can this happen? Is what I ask.
Within the next hour, I have it hidden away. I could meet you somewhere. It should be somewhere safe. Out of sight. Where the others can't find us. Do you know a place?
I'm thinking this tree is a good spot.
The scribble face looks left and right, looks up at the tree. Here, 1 hour.
1 hour.
Very well. I'll be back. I hope you're here.
Right. And now, once he's left, I'm freaking out now. I'm not understanding why he said what he said. How can he not see me, etc.
Yeah.
And now that you mentioned earlier, Halia said she saw right through me. How?
Yeah, your stealth check wasn't great, and their perception checks were way higher. They cannot see. Somehow you turned invisible.
What the
What did you do, Noro?
It's like the last Star Wars movie. You don't have to really understand it. Somehow the Emperor's back.
Well,
right?
this makes me
this
want
is just
to.
a thing that happens now.
Well, this makes me want to, while I'm waiting, I guess, is investigate Clangor's Rent more.
You draw the sword, and it has that same strange, bit of shimmer, and you can kind of see through it the same way you can with your own hand. How long do you plan on waiting like this? Are you going to wait here by the tree the whole hour for him?
I guess would I have essentially told my party what I'm gonna do?
Oh fuck no! You just walked away. You guys broke for the night and you disappeared. Scribble went up to I'm guessing his room to copy Albrecht's notes. Deebs went to Anger Drink. Lunalia went to go for a swim or loot lessons or...
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you would find that Darren is there. He's a little surprised at your visit.
She wouldn't actually knock on the door. She'd just sit on his back porch and start playing until he comes out.
No,
Shut
well,
up,
that's okay. I was thinking, he opens the door in the medieval equivalent of sweatpants and a stained wife beater. Is like, hi. But yeah, he actually very quietly steps out onto the porch next to you. And you can see as he sees you, he visibly relaxes, and a large, rather wicked-looking curved dagger is tucked away beneath his jacket. And unless there's anything you'd like to discuss, one free music lesson.
Yeah, she doesn't really... She wanted to come and practice with him, but she didn't want to actually knock on the door, so she was just going to sit on his porch and play until he came out and then be like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you.
Yeah, I mean, he would greet
But
you.
now that you're up.
He'd greet you with a smile and his usual candor. No, it's not that late at night either. I guess it's been a little bit. Yeah, it's getting to be later in the evening tonight. And are you looking for RP, or are you just looking to? Okay,
She's just wants to practice with somebody who obviously has a lot of skill.
because I do want to cut back to Noro and his strange invisible adventure at the tree.
No, I don't need any RP.
Noro, less than an hour later, if you continue to stay there, the doppelganger shows up again. This time as the nondescript human that you saw before, in better fitting clothing.
Oh.
He moves, just traveler's clothes, looks like light leather armor. He has a pair of daggers at his belt, and a long cloak on that he has drawn partly closed. He comes back to the tree. I assume you're still here.
He's still invisible an hour later?
Yeah.
It's not been an hour yet, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I whisper yes. Where is the gold?
He pulls a sack out, rather large, and peels it open, and it's actually full of platinum coins.
Oh.
I assume platinum will do.
That'll do just fine. And I go ahead and pull the map out, and I do. Wait, actually,
he holds the bag out in one hand, and he holds the bag out in one hand and lets you grab it, and he places the other hand out in front of you, palm up, for the map.
No. 1,000 coins, and he's holding it with one hand. Strength 10. No.
It's 100 coins, and they weigh 9 grams each. It's oh boy.
Oh, because it's all platinum, you said, right?
Yeah, it's 900 grams, which is just under a kilo. It's about 2 pounds.
Okay, so alrighty. For some reason I was thinking 1,000 gold exactly.
Yeah, it's a 50 coins to a pound, regardless of if it's gold or platinum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Okay, so that
1,000 gold would be a 20-pound sack, which would be a little rough for a guy with a strength of 11. I mean, it'd be fine. I probably have a strength of 11, and I can carry 20 pounds. It's just not something you want to carry around. Certainly not something you could just tuck away under your jacket and hide.
So, based on what he showed me platinum coins, and I can see it. Is there? Can I check it? Like, how do I check that? Just to be sure, like it's the platinum.
Yeah, I mean, you can. He's just holding the bag out in one. Like, he's not letting go of it, but he's holding the bag out in front of ostensibly wherever you are. You can reach in and grab some coins and inspect them. Sure.
All right, I'd like to do that.
You do that, and he watches the coins, rise out of the bag and disappear as they, fit into your large palm. You look at them; they are platinum coins. The weight is correct. They look just like, you haven't seen a lot of platinum coinage, but you have recently. Actually, you had some platinum coins, right? I think you.
Oh, that's right, and we converted them to gold.
Yeah,
that's right.
Oh no, sorry, you had platinum bars, I think.
Oh right, bars. And then
then we got platinum coins from Halia whenever we converted them.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, Nora works with metal. He would know, wouldn't he?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, of course. I mean, platinum's not really something you smith with, but you've seen plenty of platinum in your day. Everything you can tell about them, they're platinum coins.
Okay, then I will give him the map, and I will take the coin.
Before he feels the map in his hand, and he says, "You need to let go of it so I can see it." He lets go of the sack, and he's still holding onto the map. Please.
I go ahead and let go of the map.
He takes it from you, unrolls it, holds it up to the moonlight so that he can see it. rolls it up and tucks it away and says, "You're a strange one. I normally can read people. I can't quite figure you out. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw."
Noro's a herpaderp. That's why he can't.
Yeah, so go ahead and make that wisdom save. Let's see what happens.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
No, this is bad.
No, it's not.
Oh,
Yes.
it was a 1, and it tilted into a 7.
It's so high.
He looks at you and he's looking kind of not quite looking you in the eye because he can't actually see you. And he cocks his head and you can see there's a think going on there, and he just shakes his head and, "I don't understand you at all."
Oh, that's weird.
I'm confused.
That's why he doesn't understand you, because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. He just shrugs and says, "But I've walked away with this with at least one of the things that I was sent for, and something else very unexpected for myself. I suppose I should thank you." He smiles a bit and just turns and walks away.
And I just whisper, "Till next time, you son of a bitch."
And he disappears off into the night as he slips around a building quietly. Well, now I've got 200 gold to add to each of your character sheets, plus the 75.
Who said I was sharing?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
retiring.
It's up to Hover.
I'm retiring.
Better ask Hover.
I'm building a mansion. Ulrich's
And
my
Nora
little
was-
sheriff.
And Nora was never seen again.
Just kidding. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. So I go ahead and make my way. Wait, what happens at the hour?
So, are you waiting around for the hour, or are you headed back?
Well, I wouldn't know, right? I would. You just told me, so I just said I would. But no, let's just say I start making my way back. Hopefully,
Okay.
not as a bag bouncing up and down.
No, you look at it as you take it, and once you're holding on to it, and he's not, it sort of shimmers and goes transparent like the rest of you, like anything else you're holding. As you are walking back, after a couple of minutes, you look down, and your hands look normal. You cast a shadow, and your hands look normal, and you're somewhat aware of just a little bit of a shift in your vision, or in your perception of at least yourself. Where are you heading back to? Are you back to the town square?
The nearest wenches.
Excuse me?
Just kidding. Yes, I'm going to the tavern.
Well, you did see a lantern on at Linnean's.
He needs hookers and blow.
No, I go back to the inn because I'm sure my friends care about me and they're worried about me. LOL.
Well, let's say they are. Who knows? Yeah, you go back to the inn, and the first thing you notice is Kurt back at his old table, sitting across from an empty chair with a mug still full, sitting there.
Noro has PTSD and kind of remembers the face.
The face of
that I threw the axe at, but I'm not remembering all those details just because it's just like a flash of like, wait a minute, I've seen this guy in battle, raging.
James, would you be there an hour later?
Yep.
By that time of evening, Dalgren has come in for his nightly nip, and would have seen you, and without asking, just come over and put down a couple of drinks in front of you.
Nice.
Nice.
So Noro would see the two dwarves. I don't know how much you tell the old smith, but Noro, you would see the two dwarves sitting and having a drink, perhaps quietly, angrily, or maybe commiserating.
Okay. Well, I do want to say something when I get to that table. and I just tell Dalgrim I need to borrow Deebs for a minute, and I just pull Deebs off to the side.
Aye, lad. Certainly, he's your friend. I'll keep my friend here company. And you can see he slurs his words a bit as he gives his large mug of ale a bit of a cheeky hug and then takes a swig. Go on then. Dalgren will be here when you're done. Now, where were we, my friend? So you two step aside.
Yes, and I kind of, in a low voice, tell Deebs, I'm like, well, oh crap. How would I know? I guess. How would I know that Deebs has detect magic, or he can do those things? Because I didn't see him do what he did outside of us. But would I have known in the past somehow that he can do this, or just because I know what class?
You know, Deebs has cast detect magic in front of you guys before. I think as a ritual, and probably, you know, if you were, you might have picked up on the fact that he's, you know, I don't recall exactly, but you've been with him long enough to have seen him cast detect magic for certain in game, and him probably have shouted out the results of it, or that it picked up nothing. So you know that you can see magical things.
Emphasize shout.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. You know, you definitely know that he has the ability to see magical things.
Got it. Okay, so I kind of described to him that I went off and felt strange. I could see through my hand, I guess, and describe all those things that has happened. I don't talk so much about the map thing yet and the exchange with the money yet, but I'm more concerned about, like, what is this? Can he check me, I guess, or cast that ability to see what's on me, or what's doing that, or what did that? Because it's freaking me out.
So you say you went invisible?
Yes. Well, yes. And I don't know. I don't know what I did.
Did you happen to notice anyone around? Was it a wizard? Spellcaster?
No.
I mean, I can check you now.
Yeah.
Yep, I can see you. Both of you.
Let's step out of the inn.
Okay.
So I'll cast detect magic on.
The only thing you see is the sword on his back, radiating just a faint bit of. Oh boy, hang on. I should always have a Schools of Magic chart up. We're gonna say it's. I think it's evocation magic.
Okay.
Not uncommon for an enchanted weapon. That's
Gotcha.
it.
Okay. The only thing I see is your sword. How long did this last on you?
Noro tries to remember how long he was away. So.
Well, you definitely remember that
Maybe
the doppelganger said, you know, an hour or less, and you know, and it was a while. So
yeah,
while.
So I'll mention. Yeah, that's what I was going to mention. A while, an hour.
What were you doing?
Stuff?
what would you do if you could turn invisible? Stop.
And then I show him a sack of platinum. I go ahead and flash my flash. I want him to have. I flash him my sack.
Oh, God. Somehow I turned invisible for an hour, and now I have a sack of platinum.
I want Deeb to have the worst idea of what might have happened.
Oh, God.
So where did this come from? What is happening?
Kid. Oh, this is too good. I explained to him that I went to go look for the doppelganger, and I, found him with I forgot the lady's name at the exchange. Halia, and then we met out in the field, and I told him how I wanted to go ahead and take his offer and the map and for exchange. But in that process, I was invisible. He couldn't see me. No one could see me. I don't know why. That's why.
Wait a second. Wait a second. You found the doppelganger, and you didn't kill him.
I knew I was going to be talking to drug teams.
You didn't kill the bastard that tortured Gundren, that we let go. And you gave him the map.
I feel like I need to call crisis intervention. This guy's not going to listen to me.
Lucid, he sent me a message. He's taunting. That's why.
I explained to Thebes, if he has forgotten, we made a fake map. He has the fake map with the false information. The same fake map I already gave him. So when I took it back, I gave it right back to him, so that to him it's the same thing that he can remember he saw the first time I gave him the map. So it's not the real one. But you're right. You're right about what happened to Gundren. But listen. And then I show him. Not listen, but look. And I show him again.
Alright. I mean, so did you tell me what it was, like an hour, did you say it lasted?
Yeah.
It seemed to be okay.
An hour.
I mean, it sounds to me, we'll talk about this other thing later, but it sounds to me that it was some kind of spell cast on you.
The Fijis. I don't know how.
I don't know if someone cast it on you or what I mean, or if you have something that might have some kind of item. I don't know, but it sounds like a spell. Some kind of magic.
Well, I normally don't drink, but I'm gonna need it now.
You
How
didn't.
about some ale?
Do we have a potion of invisibility? You didn't drink that?
I didn't drink anything. I didn't. No scrolls, no nothing. Just simply made my way to go find a doppelganger. That's it.
There's a lot of shit going on right now.
Poor Deebs.
I listen. I had a lot to drink. I don't know. I don't know what may have happened to you.
We'll try again tomorrow. Let's go have some drinks.
We got played by that doppelganger.
You got paid by that doppelganger.
Oh, that's the thing, Deebs. You're kind of drunk right now, so we're gonna play him next.
Yeah.
Just had to get paid first.
Hey.
You're
That's,
drunk, and I don't expect you to count this out, but we got at least like 5 gold out of this deal, dude. Maybe 10.
oh! You owe me 10 gold!
When you shout that, Kurt just turns and smiles, raises a glass.
Let's get some ale.
Let's get some ale.
You could get him really drunk and then just tell him that you fed him 10 gold worth of beer. He'll probably believe it. And so you guys celebrate the strange evening with much ale and punching. I don't know, whatever you do when you drink.
Wenches for everyone.
Scribble, is there anything else you want to do other than making copies?
How long would that have taken to do that?
Well, it depends on the quality. If you're just doing it to get the rough idea, some of the arcane sigils would be, a lot of it's hastily scribbled, right? So no pun intended. So you could hastily scribble, pun intended. But some of it is a little bit finer design work with the placement of the arcane sigils and runes. And given that you don't recognize a fair amount of it, you would probably have to be a little bit more careful. A couple hours.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a perfect copy, but a couple hours.
That's fine. I didn't have anything else to do tonight.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot. While Hummer and I are drinking, I gave him the note from Salmia.
Ah, okay. Lunalia.
Yes.
An hour passes. A little more time goes by. Maybe a couple hours. And as you and Darren make some music, no pun intended, please no. You really feel like you're beginning to get the hang of this whole music thing. It's going to take time, but you get the feeling that if you came back every once in a while, whenever you had some free time and did this, you might learn a little something. You might actually get a little something penciled in on your character sheet for your troubles, but it will certainly take longer. And as the two of you continue your lessons, you become aware of a shadow not too far off, watching you. Just leaned up against the side of the building, sort of across the street.
Can I tell who it is from this distance?
Yeah, you know what? With your night vision, you have a pretty good idea. It's a female form wearing a long gown. Eventually, as the two of you stop playing and sort of following along with Darren, and he kind of stops as you become aware of this figure and turns and looks and squints. Well, don't be a stranger. Come on. And Linene walks up, hesitantly at first. She makes eye contact with you just for a second and then looks away. She says, I didn't expect you to be here. I'm sorry.
I can leave. I didn't mean to upset you earlier today, whenever the hell it was.
Thank you. It's all right. I thought to come to ask Darren a favor. But if you're here, I would maybe ask you as well. I wanted to know more about my friend, his last days, what he'd been doing here. And I thought I could hire Darren, or perhaps persuade him to look into whatever it was Albrecht was working on.
I can tell you what we know, which isn't really very much.
Would you mind?
Of course not.
Darren just kind of stands up and he says, I know when I'm not needed. Can I bring you two something to eat or drink?
I'm fine, thank you.
And she just raises a hand and waves him off. Right, well, Feel free to stay as long as you'd like. I'll be inside. He shuts the door behind him.
Yeah, Lunalia will walk closer to the pond, away from the building where Darren is. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot to tell. We didn't get a chance to speak to him long. Most of what we know comes from his research, his journal, and his writings that we found in the crypts. He was obsessed, became more and more obsessed with something he believed would be found beneath the crypt. I don't know where he got this information. Darkstar the player doesn't remember if we ever found that out. But
Found what out?
how he came across the information that there was something below the crypts.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's kind of hard to say because the journal that you did find only went back a year, and he had been there for significantly longer than that. She would tell you that I haven't seen him in some time. It's been more than a year since he last came to visit. I thought he'd left town. I had no idea he was still here.
It's from my understanding he's been up at the crypts for a year or more.
Yeah, before that it was well, he'd visit from time to time every few weeks to pick some things up. Parchment, ink, various gem dusts, a few things I'd have brought in for him, and before that, an old man, he called him his mentor, a man named Paramon, a wizard of some renown in this area, I think, would visit with him. We'd have a conversation now and then. Sometimes I'd make them sandwiches. And,
Yes, he wrote about his master, but it sounds like he left him some time ago. I'm not sure that he knows where he went.
I always found it funny, the familiars they kept. My friend Albrecht was always fond of a rat, a rather large one. I do wonder what happened to it. His master, for as old and supposedly powerful as he was, only had a little mouse.
Yes, I'm sorry. He had a mouse?
Yeah, I always spoke to it. What was its name? Cornelius. Strange little creature.
Oh. I've met this man.
You have?
Yes, we met him a couple of days ago in the wilderness, not far from the castle.
Oh, what castle?
Cragmaw Castle.
I'm not sure I know where that's at. Is that to the north? Yeah, it's to the north.
Sure.
It's to the north. It's just across the river to the north, in the corner of the forest.
It's about 2 days' travel to the north of here.
Strange. I remember Albrecht mentioning Paramount had gone to the east to run an errand or something, visit an old friend. That was some time before Albrecht disappeared as well, but he didn't speak much of him after that.
The old man didn't tell us his name. He was traveling with someone. He called to them and implied he was some sort of druid.
Druid?
I never got the sense that he was a wizard.
Well, he always struck me as a little odd, but I've never heard him claim to be a druid.
I'm very confused.
As am I.
Regardless, I left the rat in this druid, not druid's care.
If you were to find him and bring him here, I could tell you if it was him. I don't know what he would be doing in the woods claiming he's a druid, unless he's lost his mind. It's possible he was old and a little strange.
I believe
wish
he was
to
going to the castle to make acquaintances with the new owner there. So I'm sure he's still around.
Who's the castle's new owner?
Oh, Madrick.
The Red Rand's leader. Is that what you did with him?
Yes.
I thought you were going to kill him.
Well, we did. And that didn't take, so we had to make alternate arrangements.
And he and his are happy to stay there and out of our business?
I don't believe they are all following him anymore. I believe that Ulrich has selected some, the trustworthy and capable, to be part of the
Oh man.
militia for the town. The rest, I'm not sure what they're doing.
I'll have to have a talk with Ulrich then. Not sure I like this idea.
Oh, I just got a sense that Deep Starkbeard is having terrible stomach problems in the inn in town.
I can hear a vein popping out on his forehead from here.
Oh man.
The red brands shouldn't be a problem any longer.
What a night.
She puts her hand on your arm and she says, I did not show my appreciation before. You must pardon me for... I learned terrible news just then, but I appreciate your honesty. It is rare to find such candor in people, to find such openness. Thank you.
There's never been much value in lying, in my opinion. It rarely does any good.
I wish to see this crypt. I wish to see what my friend was looking into. I need to know what happened to him. I need to make it right.
Of course, I would recommend not going on your own. There was a creature there that seemed quite dangerous. But I believe we will be in town for a little bit. You could seek one of us out, or all of us if you wish to go.
Yeah, well, I'm finding I'm not as helpless as I was a few days ago. My studies have been coming along quite nicely.
Oh.
I left your large friend with a bit of an apology. I hope it helped.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, a spell I'd not cast in a long time. I wasn't sure I still knew how, but I turned him invisible. And she gets a mischievous grin creeps across her face. He was sneaking around, making all sorts of racket. Looking in Halia's windows. I saw him and I felt so bad for how I treated you and him earlier. I know he was likely only protecting his friends when he killed Albrecht, but I felt bad, so I helped him. I hope it did some good.
I'm sure he appreciated that. I don't know that he would know where it came from, but I think he might be sweet on you. I've heard some of the things that he said.
You're cutting in and out. I missed half of that.
Oh, I said, I think he's sweet on you.
You might disconnect and reconnect real fast.
Yeah, you're cutting out a lot. Bye. Come back soon. Hello.
Better now.
Keep talking for a bit.
Okay, this is me keep talking because...
No.
Keep talking.
Okay, this is the sound of my voice. I'm testing things to make sure that everything sounds good.
No, it's really bad. Keep talking. I'm just gonna kick the rhythm bot from the channel.
Okay, well, I will keep keyed up. I will keep talking until it gets better.
Yeah, you're fine now.
Damn,
God damn it.
Man, Rhythmbot does that?
I don't know if it's rhythm. I'm wondering if it's just bandwidth, right? Like the thing is constantly on, which means the Discord app is constantly streaming inbound to both of us. That shouldn't cause any issues, but I have read people having problems with the bot in their channel. So maybe we can do next week's session without it. I'll go back to Roll20 for a bit and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
To be honest, all of you at one point or another
Discord
have
problems right now.
Yeah,
You
Discord has gotten worse.
I
Yeah.
can't load images right now in Discord.
weird. Deeb switched that server.
Oh, it's an outage. Lucid posted a picture. They're having an outage.
But you guys we can all hear each other, right?
Yeah, now we're
Mhm.
good.
Okay.
It's just periodic.
What's weird is that as soon as you kicked the bot out, she started sounding instantly better.
Yeah, I got a dumb question for you. Maybe Deebs knows this. I don't know. If we went back to a private call, is it client to client, or does it still go through a Discord server somewhere?
I have no idea.
We could try.
I know the audio quality drops, but I'm just curious to see if that would make a difference at all. Do you guys want to try it real quick?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's calling Psalm. Oh cool, you can right click stop ringing. Oh good.
Nice.
Shit.
Yeah, you sound better.
I sound better?
Yeah,
I
like
don't know.
everyone sounds.
Wow.
Okay. Do I sound like a robot?
No.
No.
That doesn't make any sense, but okay.
Right. And you have West.
You can't run rhythm in here, though, can you?
I don't think so, no, because it's well, no, I don't think you can.
Nah, it's assigned to the server.
Yeah.
Have to answer the phone.
Well, here, I mean, I can confirm that right now. Let's just give it the old fuck on command, and
Can do anything.
yeah, no, it won't. No, I don't know. Do you guys want to continue like this? Deeps, does this do anything weird to the stream, or are you?
No, it changes nothing. I have it configured so it doesn't matter where in Discord we are.
All right. We are at the 3-hour mark. Are you guys good to go for another hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you have a certain stopping point you want to stop at. I mean,
I'd very much like to take a 5-minute bathroom break when this conversation with Lenine's done, but other than that, I'm good.
Alrighty.
I'm trying to keep us to. I'm trying to make a call at 3 hours to see if everybody's still good, and I'm targeting 4 hours. You guys tell me if you want to go longer than that. Not as long. Totally up to you. I'm good to go for as long as you want, but I know
Me too.
Yeah, I'm good to go longer if it makes sense.
Yeah, no, for sure, if it makes sense. But I think at the 3-hour mark's a good time to look ahead, and like I had a combat planned if you guys got a distance out of town. Sorry if that's a spoiler for next week, but it may or may not happen. Some of it's based on dice rolls. If it happens or not, it'd be a random encounter. But obviously, that we're not going to get probably that far. So I'm not worried about going late. But I've got a couple other story beats that I'd like to do, and figure out what direction we're going next. Sorry, Lunalia was saying something to Lenine about Noro.
Yeah. I think our large friend is sweet on you. He's made some comments that I think indicate that.
She just kind of looks at you and her eyebrows knit together and she squints a bit. Okay.
All I'm saying is I'm sure he would be happy to help as well.
Listen, tell him I'm sorry. Tell him if it would make him feel better, he could come by and we'll talk. You seem like good people. You have done a great service to our town and to me personally, rescuing me from the Red Brands. I'm sure that what he did was necessary. It took me some time to think about that and realize it.
I have mixed feelings about how necessary it was, but that's just me. We would be happy to help you in this and in the other matter that you had discussed with us.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to do something about that. I'm in no hurry, I suppose. I have few other options at this point, but...
Well, as far as I know, we don't have any plans for the next few days in town. I would need to check with the others, of course, but I believe we're all on the same page. Is that what the saying is?
Yeah, I think so. She speaks a few words in a language dialect that you have trouble understanding, and then yeah, page, same page. Good. Thank you. If you're going to be leaving, perhaps I will talk to a friend inside about visiting the crypts.
Oh, we're not going anywhere for the next few days anyway.
Oh. Well, perhaps later then. Soon, if you or the others could take me there, I would just like to see what he was doing. Maybe see where he spent his last days. Try and understand what happened to him.
I will speak to the others in the morning. I'm sure we would all be glad to help.
Try and get mind controlled by whatever was controlling him and also try and kill you. Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. Obsessed wizards are a fun thing for me to play with.
Well, maybe Noro can cut Lenine in half.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Or you can go find Paramon and have him go and have a real problem. Let's get an archwizard to
Well, we don't know he's an archwizard. Stop giving us spoilers.
I don't know if he is either. I haven't made him yet. He's just a name right now and an old man with a mouse. She excuses herself and goes and knocks on the door. Darren opens it. You two done? She just says, I'm sorry. Thank you for letting us speak for a while. Sure. He leans out the door and looks at you. Are we done?
I think so. I would like to swim in your pond.
Right. I'll be here looking the other way if you need me. Please enjoy yourself, I suppose.
Oh. You've never looked the other way before. And she's just going to walk off.
Yes.
you hear him call out after you. Is that an invitation? I don't understand her.
She's just going for a swim. She's not paying attention to him.
Yeah, she didn't care. All right. Let's see. I think that's everybody. Scribble, if you did anything other than go to bed after copying, you'd probably find a very drunk Deebs and a less drunk, but probably on his way there, Noro, downstairs. Is there anything anybody else wants to do before calling it a night?
Nope.
Yeah, if I did walk down to and find Deebs and Noro drunk down there, would Kurt still be down there just staring away?
2 hours in, Kurt's there. He's a little bleary-eyed as well. Dahlgren's gone. A few other locals have come and gone. There's a small crowd there.
Well, if Kurt is just sitting there staring still at like where Trevor would be,
well, I mean, he's just kind of staring off into space. What do you?
I'll just put a little minor illusion of Trevor in the chair smiling at him.
Oh, what the fuck?
Aw.
That's messed up. That's messed up. Let's see how he takes that. Let's see what the D20 says. 19. He looks at it. He looks up at it, and his eyes start to water, and he just bursts into tears.
Oh, Scribble!
Wow, amazing. If he'd rolled, if that wisdom check had been low, he would have shit his pants, fallen out of his chair. What the fuck is that? And gone running out of the place. Yeah, no, he it hits him hard, and he bursts into tears.
It was meant as like a good, like, smiling down on him.
Yeah, no, and he took it that way. Like it really got him. After a bit, he kind of pulls himself together and looks around. Who saw me crying, and wipes the tears out of his eyes, and sort of looks around and sees you, unless you've hidden.
No, I would have walked off.
Oh, I mean, you're still in the room though, right? Like,
yeah,
you're not like standing there staring at him creepily or anything,
right?
I watch you when you cry. He looks around, and you'd catch him maybe looking at you until you made eye contact, and he just shakes his head and just nods and goes back to his drink.
All right, that's all I had.
That's awesome. There we go. Back to the Roll20 jukebox. Well, if there's nothing else, Lunalia, you slip out of your usuals and into your increasingly less usuals and into the pool, into the pond. The water is cool at first until you adjust. Then you find yourself floating and your thoughts drift. And after a while, there is a vibration in the water. You feel first before you hear it. It gets very still all about you, and a slow rumble turns to a boil, and the water roils and bubbles up in front of you. That familiar form, that large, vaguely humanoid shape, rises up out of the water. Its two eyes flash open, casting yellow in the watery head about them and around as well, lighting up some of the nearby grass at the shore. It leans close to you. Home.
I don't understand what you mean.
Home.
You want to go home?
Fire.
You're clearly made of water.
The flames chase us. They kill us. Help.
I don't know how. What do you need from me?
Home.
You want me to take you home?
No.
You want to come to my home? Far away from
Our home is gone.
the plane of water is gone.
Yours was next. The flames are coming. The eyes fade suddenly, and the water splashes down, its form evaporating. And after just a few seconds, the pond stills again. Then it gets very quiet.
That is very disturbing.
Yeah, it was meant to be.
Oh boy. This tavern music's fire, though.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, the track's a real banger. Well, if there's nothing else that y'all want to do tonight, do you guys mind if we take a 5-minute break?
Yep.
That's good.
Okay. I'll be back in 5. See ya.
Same.
Work.
All right, we're back.
Welcome back. So, you all eventually find your various beds, or perhaps the hallway outside your room, Deebs, or Noro, the doorway to your room, and find yourselves with a night of sleep. Morning greets you. Gray clouds have rolled in. There is a stiff breeze and a light, just a light, misty rain this morning as you all wake up in your various beds. What do you wish to do as you convene in the main room of the inn?
First thing I want to do is just let everybody know about Samia and show them the note.
Nice. Okay.
I'm a little disappointed she couldn't come and say goodbye. I suppose she knows what's best for herself.
She was always a little strange.
She's not dead.
Lunelia's just gonna look. She's gonna look him up and down. I think we're all a little strange.
Warm ale!
There we go. Ulrich enters the inn.
Oh boy.
And walks up to all of you. Can we speak somewhat privately?
Of course.
Well, we might as well. Harbin Wester's not been seen in a few days. We might as well use his office. I'm assuming it'll be mine soon enough.
All right, let's follow
him out.
Yep.
Okay, he heads out, and you, in your own time, follow and meet him there. Jeffrey the bailiff is in the main room outside. He just nods and signals you in. You all file into the room, and Jeffrey pulls the door shut behind you. And he says, I wanted to let you know I've conferred with Darren and gotten his thoughts on how to go about doing this. He knows the town better than I do. He knows people in general better than I do. He's a better judge of character than me. I've agreed to take a loan from Halia Thornton to payroll the militia. And on Darren's advice, I'm going to inform Dralamar's Council of Lords of her assistance. Perhaps casting a better light on her will help repair some of the damage that her father did. There's certainly no indication that she was involved in any of it. She was far too young when it happened. And from everything I've heard, she's lived a fairly straight life since then, although it's obvious she dabbles in less legal activities. That being said, it's better to keep someone like that close. I agree with Darren's counsel. She's also better with books than I am. I am not at all. And a few people in the town look up to her. Most of those people like her, but we have to pander to everyone, so I'm considering giving her some sort of official title as well. Of course, this is all dependent on what word I get back from Dralamar. As I mentioned before, I've sent them letters, and we're looking into taxation that should have happened, and appears it didn't. Once that's resolved, we should have some support from the city. even though we're a distance away, we should see something from them. Some aid, perhaps a small group of soldiers marched out here to help bolster the town's defenses, build a wall, that sort of thing. I don't know. I don't really know these things. I'm hoping if the townsfolk will have me as town master, building the militia is a good show of a friendly force that will convince them, I hope. I hope not to fill this chair long. Hopefully they can send someone out who's, and he looks at Lunalia and says, honest enough and a good enough person that they'll do a better job than either Harbin or I could do. We have quarters for the men at the Sleeping Giant, a gathering place, and grounds up behind the building on which to drill. Again, courtesy of Halia. Apparently, Grista, the proprietor there, the surly dwarven woman, owes Halia quite a bit in loans. She's arranged some forgiveness of those loans in exchange for space. So those are the men from the Red Brands who have no place to stay, can stay there. And the others, well, when they're on duty, on a rotation, they will live out of there as well. A few rooms, nothing much. But a place to meet, a place to eat, a place to work. On to the other matter. I will not ask what you did with that man, or whatever it was. I have an idea. If Gundren is truly gone, someone needs to look in on his brothers. I'm not asking you to go there and stay with them, guard them. I'll do my best to arrange for something, but someone should let them know. If you're not up for it, I will go myself. I'll take Darren with me. I will leave the militia to do what they will, and I suppose I'll find a way to... I don't know. Perhaps I can get Halia to do something in my absence. What do you think?
We'll check on the brothers. We may have another trick that is... Well, no, we'll check on them. Never mind. I just remembered that we can go across and then up. So...
Yeah, you know what? I'll actually let me just wing you guys onto the region map here, and we can have a look. So each one of these hexes is 5 miles. If you were to go to Axholm 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, you get to Axholm in a long day of travel. The gates of Axholm up in the high foothills. I believe the Rockseeker expedition is right around in here, is where I pinged before. So you're talking a day winding up through the foothills into the base of the mountains. And then from there north would be another, 5, 10, 15, and through a low pass in the mountains. You're talking another long day's travel before you drop into the Edelwine Valley, about halfway between Phandalin and Coneybury. So, a day to the Rock Seekers, maybe a day there, depending on how the day and night long rest works, and then another day of travel puts you a fair distance towards your little side quest for Lenine.
Are you guys cool with that?
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Yes, I did make a promise to Lenine. She wants to see the crypts. I told her that we could escort her there. Maybe before we leave town.
We probably have time to do that, I'd assume.
She just wants to see where Albrecht died. He was a good friend of hers.
I have a meeting with a Nothic.
Tell me about these crypts. If I'm to be responsible for the defense of this town, I should know what's in there.
They are crypts.
You cut out. I didn't catch that.
I didn't say anything else. I just said they are crypts.
Oh, well,
okay.
your second word cut out. I don't know if anybody else heard that, but
Yeah, I heard they are crypts, and then
yeah.
Are dead interred there.
Right. And this Albrecht died there. Is it a dangerous place? Should we keep people from going in there?
There is a dangerous creature just outside of the crypts. I would not have anyone go up there alone.
Noted. Would it be safe for me to take a few of the militia in and have a look around? I suppose Kingston and James might already know their way around there, yes?
They might.
That's actually a good idea. There's some equipment and provisions and so on in there that you could gather.
Right. Good. Well, we'll get to it. Thank you. I'd like to see these crypts and what this wizard was up to. I don't mean any offense by this to the rest of you, but I do need a few moments with Deebs alone.
Oh boy.
What?
City business. I'm sorry.
Lunelli just shrugs and walks out. City business ain't her thing.
Does everybody exit the room?
yeah, I'm gonna walk out.
Okay.
Have fun.
He walks over and shuts the door. From beneath his cloak, he produces a scroll that is actually he pulls out a wooden scroll case, opens the end of it, and slides out a piece of parchment that's rolled up with a seal on it. It's a seal that you've seen before. It is a royal mark of the Lord Regent of Dralamar. He hands it to you. Do not open this until the time is right. If for some reason you find the Rock Seekers have found the mine, I need you to give them this writ. This is from the Lord Regent himself, Geralius Dumont III. Within it, it declares Drelamar's interest in the mine of Phandelver and a promise of support, a promise of finances for their operation, a promise of safekeeping. Soldiers will come and protect them, all in exchange for a portion of control of the mine. Now, the Rockseekers would retain a majority share, but if the legends are true from the books in the archives, there is a forge of great power within this mine, and it would be remiss of us to allow it to fall into the wrong hands. Drelamar's interest is simply to secure it and make sure that it is used by the right people for the right things. Would you bear this writ as a representative of the Lord's Council, Deebs?
Aye, Ulrich, it'll be an honor.
Good. Well, hold up your right hand, and I promise not to take much off. And he draws his longsword, takes a step back. The blade sings a bit as he draws it. And he taps it on one shoulder. I'm not good with words, so welcome to the club. You are hereby an agent of the Council of Lords. Do no harm to anyone in the city, and uphold its interests. I don't... Words are not a thing that I am good at. Here, and he just shoves the scroll case in your hand, and...
It is an honor, Ulrich. Is there a reason why you want to keep this from the rest of my party?
It's no. I'm sorry. It wouldn't be right for them to be here for this. Don't keep it a secret from them, please. Know that when the seal is broken, a magical message will be sent, a summons, and a group will depart from Dralamar the next day. It's explained
I understand.
within the writ.
Okay.
It is explained within the writ. Gundren and I had discussed this. He was in favor of it. No, we didn't. No, we did not. We discussed this after we rescued him, and of course it wasn't him. Well, I hope it's not too much of a surprise to his brothers, and I can only hope they are as reasonable and upstanding as he was. I hadn't met them yet, Nundro and Thardan, although he told me much about them in our few days on the road together. So, if you need anything from me before you depart, please ask. Anything I can offer, I will. Although I am tapped for coin, I would be borrowing from Halia. But I suppose I'll be paid back at some point.
Alright. How much are you borrowing from Halia?
Oh. I wouldn't worry about it. It's a small amount. It's a token, really, and the Lord's Council will compensate her in exchange. It's more to get her name out there. Put in a good word for her. She's a upstanding citizen of this town and is chipping in.
Alright, well, if you ever need any assistance, you can always call on me.
I think she's a right devious bitch, between you and me.
I agree.
Darren does too, but he thinks we can use her, and he'd like to keep her close, keep an eye on her.
She's a means to an end.
If there's anything you know about her, anything that'd be helpful, anything we should watch out for, please let one of us know, yes?
I will.
Sure you will, you fuck. He claps a hand on your shoulder and says, "Oh, get going, agent of the Lord's Council. Do your duty."
I will be heading out. I'll keep you updated.
Thank you. If you find that they're still searching for the mine, perhaps hang on to that for a bit or bring it back to me. You can explain what it is to them, but it should only be opened once they find it. It will summon at least a handful of guardsmen, and I don't really know. I'm not really privy to what else Dralamar is sending, but I'm assuming a team to help. Not sure.
All right.
They don't tell me everything.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Yes. Well, I hope the next time you see me, I'll be a little more comfortable in this office and have some idea what the fuck it is I should be doing here. Best of luck, and thank you.
Thank you, Town Master.
That's going to take some getting used to.
I give a little grin when I say that and head out.
Alrighty, you rejoin your group, and this morning, you didn't really notice it on the first pass, distracted perhaps by the town master to be's summons. But as you pass the town square, there is a new addition. A couple of new additions, actually. A couple of pop-up stalls have been slapped together off the side of wagons and whatnot, there are a couple merchants in town. One of them selling fine linens and hats, shoes. Another one selling exotic fruits. And there is a just gaudy-looking, burgundy-stained arched-top caravan with gold and silver trim all about it. A silver-skinned tiefling with short horns and pointed ears that fade to cherry blossom pink at the tips with a shock of windswept white hair stands in front of it, looking about the courtyard, or looking about the square with just the few sparse farmers that are out this early. He wears a long, deep green velvet Victorian tailcoat over a ruffled blouse, black leather trousers, and tall boots. And when he spies you, a big smile spreads across his face. He whips up a long black cane in one hand and waves his arms around in the air. Friends, come gather around. Welcome. Come on, don't be shy then. You can see the side of his wagon, his covered caravan is opened up, and there are tiered shelves in it with several items on display. Little potions and vials, little trinkets, a few things. Come on, don't be shy then. Step on up. You there. You look like someone with a little more coin than they should have. Come see what I have to offer.
Who's he talking to?
All of you. He's just kind of waving his cane in your direction, beckoning you over.
Benalia will step up.
Yep.
She reminds me of someone.
A fine group here. Fine group indeed. Welcome one and all to the Virtuous Vagrant's van of vast and veritable variety. I am your humble servant and proprietor of this fine covered caravan of cheerful curiosities. My name is Hieronymus Valgren Valdine III, but we're all friends here. My friends call me Jerome. Now, my friends, I have some very interesting curiosities here from all over the worlds. Perhaps you'd like to see what's in my caravan. And he waves with a flourish and bows as he runs a hand over several of the different trinkets that are on display in this tiered display within the side of his caravan. In it, you see a bunch of different vials with strange sparkling brews in them, some of them glowing, others with little fizz pops in them. A pair of very plain looking gloves, a staff just leaned up against the side of the caravan, very plain looking. A fine burnished leather quiver with glowing green swirls carved into it. A soot-stained oil lantern that looks kind of out of place among the other items. A shiny tobacco pipe. A small cushion box with 2 eggs in it. A strange-looking trapezoidal, slightly rusted bell of some sort with a very plain stick laying beside it. Well, I've got a few things here for sale that some of you might be interested in. Traveling adventurers by the looks of you, with your weapons and armor all about you. Oh my, aren't you a pretty one? He looks at Lunalia. I have not seen one with your patterns and coloring in some time. Dralamar, I think. But it's been a while.
I am not from Dralamar.
Are you not now? Where might you be from?
South of the mountains.
Ah, Balanas, a fine province, if you ask me. Folk are a little strange down there. It's sometimes hard to understand, but their coastline is beautiful, and their drinks, well, their drinks are phenomenal. And you, my fine feathered friend, where do you hail from?
I do come from Dralamar.
Oh, perhaps I've seen you around then. Anything here that interests you? Perhaps a walking stick here to replace the one on your back. And he grabs the rod that's leaned up against the side of the caravan and throws it to you. But it falls short, lands on the ground on its side, and flips back up to stand on one end magically. Yours for the low price of 50 gold pieces. I'm afraid that's all it does, but it does it very well. If you drop it, it pops right back up. Well, can I wrap that up for you? Interested,
No, thank
sir?
you.
Perhaps something else. I've got a pair of gloves here you might be interested in. You look like you've got nimble fingers, but these make them even more nimble. These are the many fingers of idle hands. It's a very normal looking pair of brown leather gloves. They're a little bit stained, a little bit tattered around the edges. And he says, these, my short friend, will get your fingers into the tightest of pockets with ease and back out with riches. 75 gold pieces, yours today only. I have a few others in town who are interested in these.
Advocating stealing?
No, my dear, certainly not. I'm advocating relieving people of things they don't need.
Okay, then.
Is there any way to like test them out?
Buy
Why,
them?
certainly, my friend. I would, he looks around. I would let you try them out. Certainly. I'll take the gold from you up front and I'll hand it back when you hand them back. You must understand, I can't just go handing someone with fingers as slender as and nimble as yours something that I may not see again. Oh, but we're all friends here. I'm forgetting here. They're yours to try. And he just hands them to you.
So I can put them on. Can I tell anything about them?
You slip them on, and as you do, give me just a second here. You slip them on, and as you do, you wait a few seconds to just look at them. You wiggle your fingers, and you feel a tug, like almost like an invisible hand pulling at yours. Deebs is standing the closest to you, and your hand is suddenly drawn towards a pouch at his belt. And you find yourself sort of following that odd pull. Make a sleight of hand check. If you want to. If you don't want to try and pick his pocket, then please tell me you're not going to.
Oh, it's just Dave's. I'll give it a try.
Oh my god.
Oink.
All right. So your total roll is 24. You manage to deftly slip two fingers into the coin purse, pull a single coin out, with the other two fingers, pull the drawstring shut, flip the coin up, and catch it. You are surprised at your own dexterity when wearing these.
So was it like a pull that I could control, or like something uncontrollable?
A little bit of both. Like you were thinking about it, and the gloves helped in a almost sentient way.
Oh, okay. These are kind of nice.
I barely saw your hand move, my friend. That was just amazing. He applauds loudly. What a show! What a show!
Oh,
well, what do you think? 75 gold. You don't even have to take them off. You might even get a few of those coins back. Who's to say?
Can I insight check him?
Certainly. I encourage it.
Rip.
This guy's legit.
Wow. Yeah, he is a hell of a salesman, is all you can get from him. He's certainly eager to relieve you of your coin.
Sure, I'll give him the 75 gold.
I will. I'll add a custom item tomorrow.
All right.
Actually, I think there's already an item for them in there. I'll find it and add it. They give you a +5 bonus to sleight of hand checks.
Okay. Sweet.
Damn, nice.
He's already got a +5.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So your sleight of hand's +10 now with the gloves on. He looks around the group. Well, let's not stop there, my friends. I have a few other things you might be interested in. You, sir, you look like you enjoy a fine pipe now and then. Perhaps I can interest you in this. And he pulls from one of the small stands a long, shiny black tobacco pipe. As he gets it close to your eyes, you see it's actually a smooth, dark wood with a lacquered finish over top of it. It appears to already be packed with leaf. He says, now this is a muffle puffer. If you were to light it as a normal pipe, well, my friend, if you draw and exhale the magical smoke it produces, you can speak to someone over long distances. Not too long, mind you. Perhaps from here to the building over there, and he points at a building 120 feet away or so.
It's very handy, Deebs.
Is he talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I do enjoy a good pipe every once in a while. Actually, that didn't sound right. Can I... what's the price of this?
Well, for you, my fine friend, I can see judging by your fineries, you're a man of the cloth. I would give it to you for 65 gold.
65 gold!
And a generous contribution to the Silver Lady's Temple of the Silver Path, is it? South edge of Dralamar?
Aye.
The next time I'm in the city, a generous donation on top.
You son of a bitch. I give him the gold. I'll take it.
Pleasure doing business with you. I hope you enjoy it. Unlimited uses, unlike many magical items that are so very limited. This one, used to your heart's content, but careful. The smoke is delicious and a little addictive. Not to worry. Don't use it too often. Enjoy it. As with everything, in moderation. Now, have any of you here ever wanted to look like someone else?
Yes.
Oh, my dear, but you're beautiful as you are. Now, however, if you did want to, charm someone or sneak into a place you weren't meant to go, these, and he grabs a small wooden box padded with a pair of what look like very normal chicken eggs in it. These are masker eggs. Crack one over your head, the magical goop spreads over you and makes you look like someone else for an entire hour. One-time use, well, 2 times. As you can see, there are 2 eggs.
How much are these?
Well, normally, they'd go for 100 for the pair, but today, I'm looking to part with them for significantly less. Maybe 50 gold pieces, let's say, since all of you fine folk are doing so much business with me already.
What kind of eggs are these?
Magic eggs, of course. Only the finest.
From what creature?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. I got them from a fellow east of here, a couple 100 miles or so, a few years back. They're still good. I was told they would last indefinitely. Well, until cracked, that is. I wouldn't advise cooking with them. I heard of a terrible thing happening when they were exposed to heat. But I'm sure you'll be fine. Keep them nice, cool, dark. Keep the lid shut until you go to use them. Crack one over your head. Look like whoever you want for an entire hour. I'll warn you, it does not hold up to physical inspection, so maybe don't get too close to anyone. And in mechanical terms, it casts the disguise self spell on you for an hour.
I will take the pair.
Well, you're in luck because they are sold as a pair. As you can see, the box holds 2, and I don't have a box that holds 1. So 50 gold, and they're yours, my dear.
Thank you.
Oh, Look at all of you. I don't see any of you with a bow on you, so you're probably not interested in the Giver Quiver. The self-riding rod didn't go well. How about this? It's called an ash light, and he picks up a small tarnished oil lantern with soot-stained glass windows. This is special. And he looks at Noro and kind of winces. Well, you may not find it so special, my large friend, but the others who can see in the dark, when you light this, it casts darkness, not light. Mind you, those of you who can see at night can see through it, but it will dim a room quite nicely.
So will closing the curtains.
You are a clever one, aren't you? Yes, I suppose, but you wouldn't have to walk across the room if you lit this. Bright light to dim light to darkness. 15-foot radius.
I will pass. I'm happy with my eggs.
Well, perhaps I can interest you in this then. He grabs the large sort of trapezoidal rusting bell, picks up the stick. Now, the gentleman who sold me this strange fellow had an odd manner of speaking, way of staring far off when he was talking to you, looked right through you, didn't even see you there. He told me it was called a walking bell. I think he meant waking bell. He had a strange way of speaking. I'm not sure. When you do this and he grabs the stick and whacks it, there is a incredibly loud clunk sound that reverberates throughout the entire area around you. Once a day, it'll wake everybody within 100 feet, even if they've been magically put to sleep. Now, such an item is so useful, it does carry a little bit higher price tag. It's 150 gold. I know that's a lot, but imagine you're in the middle of, somewhere very dangerous, and your friend suddenly dropped to the ground, out cold, put to sleep by some evil beast. Its magical ability. Ring this bell once, they stand right back up and defend you valiantly. Worth the price, if you ask me.
Keep a loud dwarf for that.
Hey!
I don't doubt that, my dear. Well, perhaps I'll keep it for myself then. It's always fun at parties. He tucks it away.
How big is that poker?
About the size of a cowbell. It's a cowbell.
Oh, it's a cowbell?
It's a cowbell.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what a trapezoid was. I don't do geometry. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, it's a cowbell. I mean, honestly, it does what he says it does, and I really don't know how you could test that other than insight checking, but it does what it says it does. I wouldn't make you spend 150 gold on, a fucking cowbell that did nothing.
I'm running out of money. Good lord.
No, I'm good. I don't want it.
Anyone, really? No one wants it. You all look like a right lot of rabble-rousers. I thought you would have jumped on this. Well, what else do we have? Potions and a filter of love, perhaps. Well, one sip of this and you'll fall head over
How
heels
much?
with someone. Well, for an hour, anyway. Slip it into their drink, they'll fall head over heels in love with you for an hour. They may not take kindly to it afterwards, though, so do be careful.
Yes, we can't.
50 gold. Only 50 gold.
Hang on, some deep sounds issues.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
What the fuck? How much I said? How much for the love potion?
Do it.
50 gold. I have two. I have a second one. I was planning on, hanging on to it for a while anyway, but I would part with both of them if you were interested. Get you 2 hours.
Deeps.
What'd you say, Dark?
I said I can give you the money, Deebs.
No. I don't need the love potion.
Right. Well, I know a real charmer when I see one, and I'm certain you don't need it. You go get him. Or her. I don't judge. Well, that's about all I've got for you today. I'll be back through in a few weeks with maybe a few other things. I'd like to thank you all for stopping by and loosening your coin purses for me a bit there.
Where did you say you were from?
Well, my dear, I'm from all over. I've been virtually everywhere you could imagine. The Black Spires of Iralia, all the way to the Dragon Spines of Lyria. All the way east to, about as far east as you can go until you hit desert, and a little farther into that as well, but there's not much to see there, just a few small frontier towns south past Balanas, and I must say, the only place I've not been is north, but it's cold up there, and I'd really not prefer to, I like it warm. Like my ale, and he winks at Deebs.
Oh, Jesus. I've only met one other tiefling, and he didn't like the cold either.
Really? Well, some say it comes from our infernal heritage, but I'm not so certain of that. I just, I don't like to be overdressed. And fur coats tend to do that to you.
When he says overdressed, she's just going to look up and down at what he's wearing, but not say anything.
He flashes you a broad smile. Well then, my friends, I do have a few other folks to speak to before I'm on my way. I thank you again for all of your business. I look forward to seeing you soon. I hope to have a fine collection of additional wares to show you the next time I'm in town. If you're here, if you're not, I look forward to running into you on the road.
Hey, Poker, does he have just other trinkets and knickknacks that look like non-magical?
Yeah, he's got a bunch of gaudy little shit. Rings that, have you ever been to a jewelry stand up at the mall? That type of shit. Crystals and, just shitty little pewter rings with, fake gems set in them or
my kind of stuff.
Yeah, a bunch of really, jangly earrings and just weird gaudy shit. A cup, cut sort of terribly from a piece of crystal, but it's got a crack through it, and just a bunch of weird shit.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out the golden statuette that I found at the castle.
Okay, the sun elf.
Yeah, and ask him if he would be interested in this.
He leans in really close, and then he pulls a looking glass out of his pocket and fits it to one eye and has a close look. Interesting. That's quite the little relic you have there. It appears to be quite old. It's made in the image of the High Coronal of Galanor, I think, judging by the strange crystal crown he wears. I could be convinced to relieve you of it. How much were you looking to part with it for, my friend?
Would you trade this for your bell?
Make a persuasion check.
Shit, I should have given you guidance.
For the bell, you say? Well, I'm going to wait for the DM to have a look at your character sheet to see how bad you're ripping me off, but I think we might have a deal.
You've got it valued at 100 gold.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You have a deal, my friend. I have an elf friend who would love to have this, and I think I might just be able to convince him to buy it off me for a little more than what that bell is worth. But I didn't say that out loud now, did I? The bell is yours if the statue is mine.
Perfect.
I hope you enjoy it. Do me a favor. The next time you go trouncing through the woods, playing that bell, shout my name, sing my praises, advertise. I could always use a little bit of help there.
Will do.
What was this guy's name again?
His name is Hieronymus Velgren Valdine III, but his friends call him Jerome.
Jerome.
It is actually, Jerome is the shortened name for Hieronymus. Well, if there's nothing else, I do have some other business to attend to. Some shadier folk in town, if you catch my drift. I hope they're still here anyway. You folks seen anyone wandering around wearing red sashes by chance?
No,
Ooh.
they're not here.
Are you referring to the red brand?
Possibly. Friends of yours? Not friends of yours?
Are they friends of yours?
I'd heard that they were in the market for something a little less. Well, you look like dangerous folk. Something a little less legal.
Jazz?
Like what?
I speak for the red brand. What are you speaking of?
Do you now? Make a. I don't know. Is
Persuasion?
that deception? Is it deception? Do you speak for them?
Foreman.
You know what? I'll let you pick. It's persuasion or deception, whichever one you like better.
Well, actually, they're both the same. Both charisma and +1, so... Here we go. I'll use this deception. Ah!
On brand. Sure you do. Well. Traveler's dust.
What is that?
Well, my friend, if you have to ask, it's probably not for you. Scribble knows what it is. For sure. It's drugs.
What? Grandpa's cough syrup?
Anyone
It's that
here?
blood we're looking for, Hummer. Then you just need the hookers.
I'm that much closer.
He looks at Scribble and says, "You know what I'm talking about."
You might
No.
find some of them at the Sleeping Giant.
Well, that's a good lad. I knew you were worth knowing. Sleeping Giant it is. All right, then. Well. Are you sending him there because the militia's there? He's just sent him to the cops' new hangout. They don't give a
But
shit.
he wanted
No,
the
they-
Red Brand, and Kingston and Bootless Jim were Red Brand.
Yeah, no, that's true. And the militia aren't cops. They don't give a shit.
James.
Ulrich would care, but the others don't. Yeah, he thanks you for your time. And he says, "Remember, if you see me coming, I've got stuff for you, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Pleasure doing business with you, my friends. You enjoy those trinkets." So, Scribble, I will. I'm just making a note to. Let's see. Scribble got the bell. And the hands. You guys didn't go for the light. Deeb's got the muffle puffer. And it lets you cast the message spell, the message cantrip at will.
Oh, nice.
It takes an action to light it, but while it's lit and it stays lit indefinitely, you just take a draw off it and exhale while speaking, and it casts the message spell.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Which I think has a 120-foot range. Linalia got the 140?
I think so. I got
the Masker Eggs. I've been sitting on these goofy little common uncommon magic items for like 2 years. They've been sitting in a list somewhere. I think the Muffle Puffer is the only one that we've ever used before.
Yeah, Ice has one on our home campaign.
Yeah. It's kind of a neat thing to have, especially if a party doesn't have anybody who, can do that. I've seen so many groups do like earrings or rings or whatever that let them all talk to each other mentally over great distances, and we might get there someday. Those are kind of nice for like, in-game metagame, right? Where you can basically talk to each other in combat or whatever. But
I find them a little cheaty.
They are. Yeah, it's something that we'd talk about if, like we would talk about it out of game to see if, how people felt about it before it was ever something I'd offer. And it'd probably be expensive because it is a little bit game changing. Yeah, that's, I think I've got it. So Masker Eggs to Linalia, the Muffle Puffer to Deebs, the many fingers of idle hands to Scribble, and the Walking Bell to Scribble. Go ahead and Lucid, go ahead and delete that item from your inventory, and I'm hoping you guys all marked off however much money you paid for stuff, because I don't remember them to make the adjustment myself. I have 1,075 gold to split amongst the 4 of you, 5 of you. I just need somebody to tell me Somia will be back on the 24th. You guys all know that already, I hope. For one more session.
Yeah.
As far as we know, he's gone for a while, though. Gone for good.
Yeah. So, I just don't know if, like, would Deebs or somebody speak up and say, we should set her share aside, or...
No, you would hold her share for her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I don't expect you guys to do that for however long she's gone for, longer term after that, but,
For the next time we see her.
After the 24th. After the 24th, she's out.
Well, no, I mean, like, from a narrative perspective, she'll be off doing other things, and when Solm comes back, his character will come back at whatever level you're at with, and I'll give her access to a list of magic items to pick from. Like, the average number of magic items is this many in the group, and at this number of rarities, pick some shit you like to match, or pick from this list to match. And that way, she comes back and can keep up. I'm just checking my list to see if we're... So that is pretty much all I had planned for this session, although I had planned, if everything went faster, for you to get on the road and going. I'm going to narrate just a little bit of this. You find, following up on what fake Gundren had been doing, that Elmar Barthen indeed is preparing a wagon full of supplies. It is the sum total of what you guys originally brought. All sorts of, cured meats and preserved foods, non-perishables, camp supplies. It's augmented with a bunch of mining equipment. You find that it would be helpful for you to hire a wagon master, unless you wanted to deal with the wagon yourself, and that'd be some animal handling checks here and there with the oxen, as well as one of you, if there is a combat on the road, having to deal with the ox and the cart. So I'll leave that up to you. It wouldn't be expensive.
We'll hire Kurt.
Kurt's kind of like, I've got a character sheet for him if you guys take him with you, and there's combats and stuff. And he's looking to get out of town and make some coin and kind of not be in the middle of a shitty life anymore. But I'll leave that up to you to decide. I don't really have anything else in
Tell
town.
Lenine. Well, Lunalia did tell Lenine that we would maybe visit her tomorrow to let her know if we could take her to the crypt or not.
Yeah, and so, here we are at just past the 4-hour mark, and I'm thinking if you guys are okay to call it here, we can pick up next week. And take her to the crypt. I don't know how much time you'd like to take for that, or if there's anything else you'd like to check out in the crypt. And then think about which direction you want to go when you leave town. There's the reveal that the old druid is Paramon, possibly. Pretty much. There's her stuff to the east that could take a few days, and there is going to the Rockseeker camp, at least to check in on them.
So I think our plan was to, we'll do Lenine's thing first, and then go to the Rockseeker camp, and then once we do that, we'll head up north across to Lenine's thing. Yeah. I think that's what our plan was.
So.
Okay.
Well, so where would we be going with this cart? Like, who would be going with us?
I think.
You find we'll say that you ask around, because one of the notes that you saw fake Gundren had was about miners. You inquire with Halia, and there was actually she's not aware of anybody who was hired to go with you. Like, it looked like he was maybe starting to arrange hiring some miners, but wasn't really sure if he should be doing that. He, had a limited amount of information from the real Gundren to deal with, and didn't really know the extent of the expedition. So it's unclear. It's unclear if the original Gundren had intended to hire some miners while he was in town, or if he'd come back. I mean, it's a day there and a day back. So the other brothers, assuming they're alive and in good condition and have some other folk with them, might be able to just handle it on their own. You don't really know. Ulrich doesn't either. You could swing by and check on them, and then, and give them the bad news, and basically tell them, like, there's nothing else coming. If you need other things, you need to go get them yourself.
Well, I mean, you had talked about us hiring the Kurt to drive the wagon.
Yeah.
Would that be to go east, or was that for this, like, mining supplies and whatnot?
The wagon of supplies is to go to the Rockseeker expedition,
right?
To the southeast,
okay.
To here on the map,
to give to them.
Yeah. So if you didn't go there first, you'd need to come back to town to get the wagon to go there later.
Okay, I was just making sure. Like, I think the intention, right, Deebs, was to go straight there.
Yeah.
After Lenine's thing now.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so you are going to do Lenine's thing first then.
Right.
So you're going to have Kurt and the wagon chill here for a while, and then you'll come back for them?
Right.
I think what he means by Lenine's thing is taking her to the crypt.
Right.
Not.
Whoa, sorry.
Yeah,
my bad.
Sorry, yeah.
Of course.
She's got it.
Yeah, like, you could do that, today, right? Like, same day.
Okay.
You could do that right now. Presumably, Talranaz is still there, hiding out.
We need to talk to Tal about something.
Yeah, about the doppelganger.
Yeah, I think you were gonna ask him about the doppelganger, but I don't know if that was before or after Noro gave him the map. I'm assuming the rest of you are in on that. Certainly, you would question why you were just handed, 200 gold or 20 pieces of platinum.
Oh, and I do explain to everyone what Ulrich talked to me about.
Nice.
As far as I let everyone know about that.
So what does that entail, being a member of the Council of Lords?
Well, he's not he's essentially he's an agent. He's
an agent, yeah.
He represents them. He bears an official writ from the council.
Does that come with responsibilities?
So the thing about Ulrich is he's kind of dumb. So He's a soldier, and he's definitely a little out of his depth there, but he's loyal and he's a good guy. And so when it was early retirement. He's not that old. He's like early mid-50s. He was tapped to go do other work for them. Go be a sellsword and represent us quietly. So it's kind of like he's a little bit of a spy, but not really. It's just like, don't tell anybody what you're doing until the time is right, and then whip this out and be like, I'm here on behalf of Dralamar, and I have a writ from the regent, and we want a piece of this, or we're here to help, or whatever. It's hire on as a bodyguard and represent our interests, keep an eye on things, send messages back to us, and speak on our behalf if needed, with this official scroll that will also set things in motion. This is the second or third type of this sort of thing that he's done. So he's not particularly experienced at it, and he's certainly never deputized anyone to do it, or neither does he really know if he should, but he's seen you guys do things beyond what he's capable of. And I failed to mention he's checked Deebs out. Like, after he met the three of them, he went and that night went back and asked around, to figure out who the hell you guys were. Got nothing on the other two, and at least validated that Deebs was on the up and up. A cleric of Saloon, as he sold himself. So.
Okay, I just, since Kerr was from Dralamar, he would probably know who these people were. I wasn't sure if Deebs just signed up to be given orders randomly.
No, it's sort of more like Deebs was deputized to continue this specific mission.
Okay, like a one-time thing.
Yeah. As long as that writ gets to who it's supposed to go to and is opened at the appropriate time, that's it. That's the extent of his responsibilities.
Okay.
Or he reports back to say, oh, no, we got there and they were all dead. I don't know what the fuck happened. Sorry, here's your scroll back. Or, or they said, no, fuck off. Or they had no idea who we were or what we were talking about, and they're looking for something else, not the mine. Or, I don't know, like, basically either get it to them and deliver it, or, represent our interests, or come back and tell me you couldn't, and I'll pass that along. That's it.
Okay.
God, I feel like the end of this episode, this was a great session. I feel like I really fucked up the end of it by not having something cool happen.
Yeah, you sure did.
How dare you?
You did have something cool happen. I got an obnoxious bell and some gloves.
You got a fucking cowbell.
Try and hatch an egg.
I'm gonna go ahead and end it.
Okay.
Unless there's anything else.
He's gonna end it all, folks. He's gonna end it all.
Rip. Thanks for watching.